we want to let the other board members enter so that so we can let them know that before it actually happens?
Yeah, guys, as the board members are entering, just for our staff, I'll mention it in my talking piece, but we can't use the chat box. So don't use the chat box. If you hear something great and you want to say, yeah, that's right, just don't use the chat box because it's being recorded. All right, thank you.
I believe Mr. O'Neill. I see Mrs. Smith, I see Anne Marie, Anna, and Mr. Jabbar. Okay, so yeah, I believe Mr. O'Neill. Is the phone number, the person who joined by phone with the last 2 digits 33?
It's Veronica Medina.
Oh, thank you.
No, sure.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, John. I didn't give anybody permission to take a break, so I don't know. Where did Brian go? Everybody good this morning? Doing all right?
Carlos, smile. There you go. I love it.
Okay, Anne Marie, Mr. O'Neill's in the house.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our reconvening of our special board meeting on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020, open session. And will you please stand with me and join in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag in honor of our military and first responders and all the folks who have been out there on the front lines, who work in our grocery stores, who are EMTs, all the folks that have to be out there, and they're helping us every day in our everyday life during this COVID crisis. So please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. For a moment of silence, it's just been a lot going on. And, you know, I always look to the wonderful Maya Angelou for her poignant quotes to guidance. She was rendered silence and in childhood, and then became nation's poet laureate. So there's always great in all of us, and we need to just look within. I'm always a believer of reflection. And she says, hate, it has caused a lot of problems in the world, but has not solved one yet. And the other one that we're all familiar with, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And if we could reflect on that for a moment. Thank you. And now the clerk of the Board of Trustees will report on actions taken during closed session. Ms. Smith?
Mrs. Smith, your phone appears to be muted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You want me to repeat 4.1?
Yes, please.
4.1, no reportable action taken regarding negotiations. 4.2, no reportable action taken.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And now it's time for public comments. Carl, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do have public comment this morning.
Okay.
And so I will present those to the board. The first comment this morning comes from Angela Reed. This is regarding math curriculum. I am an AUHSD 7th grade junior high math teacher and have taught emergent bilinguals, students with disabilities, as well as honors students. I have seen success for such students with some of the Carnegie lessons by using appropriate scaffolds and strategies, such as 3 reads, strategic grouping, realia, and other visual models and manipulatives. It does take knowing my students and a fair amount of planning, but there are also supports built into the curriculum, such as videos and presentations for teachers. I appreciate the talk the talk feature that inherently promotes mathematical discourse. I do use Carnegie lessons and other support lessons I deem appropriate to meet my students' needs. The next comment comes from Jeff Watson. Mr.
Carl.
Watson.
Carl,
Yes.
I think there are a couple of folks who are trying to get into the meeting who are getting kicked out. Maybe Paulina, you could take a look at. One of them who just texted me was Juan Alvarez. So if you could take a look at it and let me know. I think he just joined, but he might, he's been getting kicked out. I don't know if the system is having issues.
Mr. Jabbar, this is not a publicly accessible link. So members of the public are not permitted into the group chat. It's viewable on YouTube.
Ah, okay. Well, maybe that is something that we got to let them know then. Maybe that's why those folks are not getting in. Okay.
Okay, the second comment is from Jeff Watson, also about Carnegie Learning. Mr. Watson states, I am an AUHSD junior high teacher that has been using the Carnegie Learning materials for the past 2 years. I have found that these materials provide the opportunity for students to participate in many different types of activities that allow them to use many of the 21st century skills we want them to be using while learning the grade level math curriculum. In addition, The Teacher Implementation Guide provides differentiation strategies for both struggling students and advanced students. There are also ELL tips provided in many of the lesson materials in the Teacher Implementation Guide, which I find useful when planning my lessons. The third comment this morning is from Elizabeth Landis and Dorothy Atkinson, who state, Miss Dorothy Atkinson and Mrs. Elizabeth Landis are math inclusion teachers at Orangeview Junior High School and have experience teaching the Carnegie math curriculum in various grade levels within the district. During the 2019-2020 academic school year, Ms. Atkinson and Mrs. Landis co-taught the 7th grade Carnegie Learning Mathematics curriculum using the Carnegie Learning consumable textbooks and the Mathia online platform. The Carnegie Learning curriculum provides opportunities for all students to develop critical thinking skills through the implementation of the 5 C's. The curriculum allows students to write, communicate, collaborate, and understand the mathematical standards throughout the Carnegie Learning modules, topics, lessons, and Mathia online platform. Many students who are behind grade level, including students who are English language learners and students with disabilities, need support to access Carnegie Learning curriculum to ensure their academic success in our school district. We have taught the Carnegie Learning curriculum by implementing our own strategies for comprehension and retention of key concepts and common core standards, along with providing students with supplemental materials and activities as needed. Excuse me for a second. Needed to clear my throat. We have also implemented learning structures and regular routines to enhance the impact of the Carnegie learning structures and lessons. For example, throughout the Carnegie learning textbooks, we highlight and use the provided graphic organizers, discuss and model key vocabulary, utilize the hands-on activities, and foster collaboration and understanding of the lesson objectives through the Carnegie Learning talk-to-text activities in each topic. Additionally, Mathia, the online platform, provides supplementary support for students. Mathia is a tool that when used strategically and appropriately, can provide an individual online learning experience that allows students to practice the state-adopted mathematical standards at their own pace, which aligns to the textbook curriculum. Mathia builds foundational skills through the practice and exploration of key concepts through multiple representations, word problems, and grade level calculation problems. Mathia has built-in accommodations for students, such as text-to-speech and a calculator, which provide an additional representation of the curriculum. Students who need differentiated instruction to access the general education curriculum need instruction and practice in mathematical reasoning, problem solving, and grade level calculation. With intentional lesson planning, the Carnegie Learning textbooks, in conjunction with the Mathia platform, can successfully support students' learning and is accessible to all students, including students who are English language learners and students with disabilities. Our next comment comes from James Gran, also speaking on math curriculum. I would like to thank the school board for their discussion about continuation of Carnegie Learning and how the program affects the students in the AUHSD. I would like to shed some light regarding the adoption of the Carnegie Learning curriculum under the junior high lens. The curriculum before Carnegie Learning was the Irvine Math Project. The math teachers in the district cut their teeth on the Common Core, teaching with this curriculum from 2013 to 2018. This was a challenging time because the method of teaching was about a 180-degree switch from what people may call traditional teaching. At the end of the Irvine Math Project period, teachers were well-versed in switching instruction from direct instruction to cooperative learning, hands-on interesting activities, and the early implementation of the 5 C's. Students discovered mathematical concepts through experience and making connections. In the 2017-2018 school year, the original plan was to have 3 to 4 schools pilot the Carnegie Learning Curriculum. Eventually, the group of pilot schools swelled to 7 junior high schools. In 2018-2019, it was determined that all schools would pilot the program. During that 2-year period, there were roughly 24 department chair meetings. Not one of them had a period of time where teachers could discuss the pros and cons, successes or challenges, or the overall thoughts of the program and its implementation. In the not too distant past, the AUHSD had switched curriculum in the areas of social science and science. The process to adopt in those departments couldn't have been more different. Rank and file teachers, through their department chairs or representatives, had input in the new materials. Many meetings were held where open dialogue ruled the day. I am hoping that the district can adopt a protocol where all disciplines can proceed in a similar manner. The teachers at the sites know their students by name and need and must be given a seat at the table in such important events as the education of the community's children. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment comes from Juan Gabriel Alvarez, also about math curriculum. I would like to start by thanking our trustees for taking into consideration the comments, emails, and phone calls from math teachers regarding the math curriculum over the past 2 weeks. Today, I would like to address item 8.3 on the agenda concerning the purchasing of Carnegie Learning textbooks and Mathia. I urge you to vote no on purchasing these materials for 3 more years, as they are not a good fit for many of our students, specifically our most marginalized groups like our emergent bilinguals and those with special needs. I would suggest that you consider voting for 1 year of Carnegie Learning, or even consider having teachers use the UCI materials. As we move forward with any decision, it would be best practice to implement a protocol for a more inclusive math curriculum adoption process in the future. Today, you will get a report from Cabinet and the math curriculum specialist, most likely assuring you that there were adequate steps in place to make their recommendation to you. The fact is that they consulted limited resources and limited stakeholders and disregarded the opinions of teachers on the ground that are providing instruction. In addition to the problems in the classroom, the Carnegie Learning materials create a problem of access at home. The consumable workbook does not clearly articulate to parents the concepts that students are working on, does not outline concise examples to follow, and relies on the construction of knowledge within the classroom setting that parents do not have access to. All of these facts make it impossible for parents to provide support at home. Even our parents that are the most proficient in math have trouble deciphering the text and the intended outcomes. In recent years, AUHSD math teachers have been working hard to figure out how to scaffold and adjust to the gaps presented by the UCI and Carnegie curriculums. We have done so to provide students with the best educational outcomes possible. It has been disheartening, though, to see the negative perceptions about the math teachers that some of our leaders hold. In many cases, over the past few years, when teachers have tried to infuse supplemental materials or lessons not found in the prescribed curriculum, they have been made to feel like they are not being team players and inadequate as professionals. As with anything that is troublesome in our lives, the first step towards improvement and healing is to admit that there is a problem. As a district, we have to be honest enough to think critically about all of our curricular gaps and work together to adjust lessons to maximize student achievement. One size does not fit all. Additionally, as we implement the 5 C's and teach our students how to incorporate them, it behooves AUHSD leaders to be models of the 5 C's. Over the years, by being kept out of the decision-making process and disregarded, math teachers have been denied the opportunity to be creative, collaborative, and worst of all, they have been shown that being critical thinkers is unacceptable and can be reprimanded. I hope the discussions that have stemmed from the item at hand will shine the light on the work that we all have we have to do as an AUHSD community. AUHSD must diligently include all stakeholders in the decisions that affect the lives of all our students. Please make sure that teachers, parents, and community members are involved in future math adoptions. Your consideration on this matter is appreciated. Our next comment comes from Jessica, who is a district resident. I ask that you consider not purchasing more Carnegie textbooks. The Carnegie books aren't used enough to justify their cost, and so much money is wasted by the district due to lost books. The most effective teachers do not use the Carnegie books. They prepare their own materials for students that are more user-friendly and accessible than the Carnegie books. Please consider other curriculum options for math. And I'm just going to double check. Our final public comment this morning comes from, again, Mr. Garan, this time about the opening of schools. Good morning, board members, Superintendent Matsuda, and district cabinet members. On behalf of ASTA, I would like to update you on some of the many ways our members are working this summer to prepare for the reopening of schools in August. It may be their summer break, but a teacher's work is never done. First of all, I'd like to thank the superintendent and cabinet members for committing to bi-monthly meetings with the ASTA Executive Board. These meetings are an essential part of maintaining open communications, engaging in joint problem solving, and further improving our working relationship. One recent example of these collaborative efforts was a commitment from the superintendent to survey employees on their concerns and preferences regarding the reopening of schools, including technology equipment needs for virtual distance learning. The association looks forward to reviewing and analyzing the results of both the staff and parent surveys with the cabinet members to develop plans that will create a safe and smooth start to the upcoming school year. Rank and file ASTA members are also participating in meaningful dialogue with the district as part of the opening of schools task force. Today, you will be hearing about some of the draft plans and recommendations that have come out of this committee. Still, others are volunteering their time and talents as part of a site risk assessment team. These teams will be evaluating our school's capacity to meet the safe reopening guidelines from county, state, and federal agencies. Teachers are honing their online instructional skills during training sessions developed to support their assignment to the Cambridge Virtual Academy. Almost half of our ASTA members have volunteered to improve their online pedagogy by signing up for summer workshops. Teachers are committed to create a meaningful program for our students that focuses on the CSTPs, the 5 Cs, and Common Core standards, even if it must be delivered through an all virtual or hybrid model. Safety is on the mind of most teachers and most employees for that matter. They are worried about their health, their family's health, and the health of our students and their families as the number of COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths spike throughout Orange County, and even more so in the Anaheim area. The district has shown time and time again that the AUHSD is a leader in curriculum, civic engagement, college and career readiness, and e-learning, along with many other programs. At this critical time, ASTA challenges the board to add to this list of accomplishments by leading the way as a lighthouse district in the area of employee and student safety. Before teachers can teach and students can learn, they must both feel safe enough to return to school. That concludes public comment this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Whitedale. Carl, appreciate those comments from the public, from our staff. They're very important to us, and we always want to hear from you. Before we begin our first presentation, I would like our Board of Trustees to please introduce themselves, and then followed by Cabinet, including Carl and John and our executive assistants. Please go ahead, Mr. O'Neill.
Brian O'Neill.
Trustee Aljabar.
Anna Piercy. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Catherine Smith.
Go ahead, Michael.
Good morning, Superintendent Michael Matsuda.
Good morning, Jaron Freed, Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services.
Good morning, Jennifer Root, Assistant Superintendent, Business.
And Carl Waddell, District Counsel.
Good morning, Manuel Colon, Chief Academic Officer. Good morning, Connie Cobian, Senior Executive Assistant to Superintendent Michael Matsuda.
Good morning, Paulina Morales, Executive Assistant to the Board.
And I think Carl might have stepped off, but thank you, everybody. Just wanted everybody to know who was on this call. We're going to have our presentations for reopening of schools, and I'm deferring this to Dr. Jaron Freed.
Thank you, Board President Randall Trejo, and good morning again to our other board members and to our community watching this morning. I'm hoping everyone is happy, healthy, and safe on this beautiful Thursday morning. As you know, our team has been working incredibly hard, led by Mr. Manuel Colon and Mrs. Diana Guetta, who will share a lengthy presentation this morning, in-depth presentation with our plans to safely reopen our schools. Before I turn it over to Mr. Colon and our team, I do want to remind our board that this presentation is being recorded, with it being summer for many of our staff and a workday for many of our stakeholders and our parents. We will be using this recording of the presentation to share with our stakeholders who are unable to attend or view today's meeting. Having said that, I would like to request, with all due respect, that you hold your questions until the very end of the presentation. Our team will absolutely take the time to answer all of your questions at the end and can revisit any of the topics presented this morning. Also, for the board and our staff in this Google Meet, just a friendly reminder not to use the comment bar. Now, I will proudly turn it over to Mr. Colon, who will lead us in our presentation.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Freed. Appreciate the introduction. Good morning, Board President and Board of Trustees, as well as our cabinet. Thank you for this opportunity to share the great work that our team has been doing to prepare for the reopening of schools. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can see the presentation. And as that's coming up, I want to thank our team who is going to be co-presenting with me. First of all, our Chief Technology Officer, Eric Greenwood, Matt Thomas, our Director of Transportation, Orlando Grego, Director of Food Services, Diana Gaeta, Director of Risk Management, Zora Cronin, our Director of Maintenance and Operations, and we also have Veronica Medina, our nurse practitioner, who will be on the call for the question part in case you have any questions for her. So again, a great team here to be able to present the work that we've done up to this point. I want to start though with some challenging data that many of you have already seen in the news. COVID-19 is a global pandemic that impacts everyone, as you know. Even though cases are going down in other parts of the world, US cases continue to increase. In fact, just yesterday, we had the highest single day of new COVID-19 cases in the US, which was over 50,000. In California, we also are seeing the cases increase as we are in many other states across the country. Recently, the governor also announced that we may have or will have more restrictions to slow down the spread. In Orange County is also seeing an increase in COVID-19 cases. Local officials are meeting regularly to better address the increase of cases. School districts such as the Anaheim Union High School District is participating in meetings with local health officials, community-based organizations, and city officials to create a plan for addressing this crisis and doing our part. As you may imagine, Anaheim is one of the cities that has seen a constant increase in COVID-19 cases. This chart shows Santa Ana and Anaheim as outliers in the county. 2 of the 4 zip codes with the highest number of cases are in our district. I wanted to start with this data to really illustrate the urgency that we must follow local, state, and federal guidelines to not only contain the spread of COVID-19, but to better prepare for the reopening of our schools. With that in mind, the Center for Disease Control, the California Department of Public Health, and the California Department of Education have all issued guidelines for reopening of schools. Even though we know that this information is fluid and changes constantly, the guidance is clear on what we need to do to prevent the spread of COVID-19. hand washing regularly or use hand sanitizer, maintain social distance of 6 feet, using face coverings, constant cleaning and disinfecting of high-use areas, and health monitoring and screening through temperature checks is constant amongst all local, state, and federal guidelines. It is also important to share that the California Department of Public Health has the most rigorous guidance, which is the guidance that we are following as we move forward with the reopening of our schools in the Anaheim Union High School District. Two recent studies from Cambridge University and researchers from universities in Texas and California have stated the importance of using face coverings, as you can see from these quotes. In addition to the guidance from the California Department of Public Health, this research validates our recommendation to make face coverings required for staff and students when we reopen schools on August the 12th. I want to thank, and Mr. Gordon referred to our task force, so thank you for being part of that. I want to thank the 54 members of the Opening of Schools Task Force who have been meeting since April the 23rd and will continue to meet until the start of school. Included in this representative group of stakeholders are the presidents of ASTA, CSEA, and AFSCME. This is a volunteer group with a high interest in ensuring the health and safety of our students and our staff. I wanted to share the timeline for the reopening of schools. We started with establishing our Opening of School Task Force fairly quickly after the closure of schools in California on March the 16th. At that point, we believed that regardless of the current guidance, we needed to prepare for an uncertain return to school. We constantly followed local, state, federal, and international reports to better understand the pandemic. We quickly became students of the pandemic. News reports kept us up to date, yet information was mixed and official guidance was slow to be released. In early June, we received federal and state guidance that aligned to the planning that we were currently undertaking as part of our reopening of schools. We also began to complete risk assessments, which you will hear about in the presentation given by Diana Gaeta. These risk assessments were the beginning of the preparation for reopening our schools. We will now be developing district and school level protocols to ensure a safe reopening of schools. The protocols include awareness and training of all of our stakeholders. We will continue to work closely with local health officials until the reopening of schools on August the 12th. It is important to note that even though we have a plan, we may need to pivot based on what may be the current reality at the time. Because of our planning and the work of the task force, we will be ready to move in the most appropriate direction. Our guiding principles include the following: federal and state and county health guidelines. As I've mentioned, maintain an inclusive, caring, and supporting school culture, establishing systems and protocols, and timely communication and transparency. We also have appreciated the relationship we have with the Orange County Department of Education and the Orange County Healthcare Agency, which we meet with regularly. To illustrate, this illustration also demonstrates the path to reopening of schools. This summer, we will prepare our facilities, train our staff, and plan the onboarding of the stakeholders. We will ensure our schedules and protocols are ready to be implemented. Our teachers and administrators in particular will receive additional training on online instruction and trauma-informed practices. Upon returning to school, our stakeholders will be trained on our safety protocols and instructional model. In addition, each student and staff member will receive a planner with information on the guidance and schedules. This planner will serve as a reference point and awareness for maintaining safe and orderly environment. The Opening of Schools Task Force focused on the following areas: instruction, facilities and operations, systems and structures, health and safety, and mental health. During each meeting, we divided into groups based on these areas of focus. This allowed us to be in smaller group discussions, as well as focus more intentionally on each of these areas. After much deliberation and conversation, we would like to recommend the following options for reopening of schools. First, full in-person instruction, or a full in-person instructional model. In this model, Anaheim Union High School District schools will resume traditional in-person classes with flexibility to quickly pivot to distance learning in the event of a reassurance of COVID-19. AUHSD will work closely with the local, state, and federal health officials' guidance for reopening of schools. That is option one. Option two is full distance learning instructional model. In this model, Anaheim Union High School District would maintain all learning experiences and services online, working with local, state, and federal health officials' guidelines. AUHSD will be prepared to transition to the blended hybrid or to a full in-person instruction, depending on that guidance. And option three is the blended hybrid instructional model. In this model, Anaheim Union High School District classes would be both in-person and online, allowing for social distancing and following local, state, and federal health officials' guidelines. A blended hybrid instructional model will allow Anaheim Union High School District schools to smoothly transition to a full in-person or full distance learning model, depending on local, state, and federal health officials' guidelines. Keep in mind that if a family chooses to keep their student completely on a viral schedule, regardless of any of these options, our new Cambridge Virtual Academy is now available for any family. We have hired excellent teachers from within our schools to teach at the Cambridge Virtual Academy. Our option for a blended model, instructional model, will give us the best opportunity to keep our students and staff safe based on the current guidance. It will allow for each school to be divided by 1/3 each day for in-person instruction. This number of students is ideal for keeping social distance in and out of classroom. All students will be required to attend a synchronous day of instruction on Monday, an in-person day either Tuesday for students with last names A through G, Wednesday for students H through O, and Thursday for students P to Z. Friday will be an asynchronous day of instruction, allowing for staff professional development, teachers to hold office hours, and students to meet in clubs. It will also allow for additional enrichment or remediation activities for students. Teachers will provide 5 days of instruction, either virtually or in person in this model. In the event that we have to be in full distance learning, and again, this would be a state requirement, we will have synchronous days on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and asynchronous days on Tuesday and Thursday. Thursdays will be used for professional development, club meetings, and office hours. This option will also be implemented if we need to close a school or a district or the entire district because of a suspected exposure. Hope will be completely, for Hope School, Hope will be completely virtual, will be in a virtual schedule. Current state guidance allows medically fragile students to continue with virtual instruction. We are proud of the work that Hope staff has done in planning for the reopening of school. They started by identifying the essential areas that were most relevant to Hope School. The staff looked at the pros and the cons to all options. They also considered the health and safety of the staff and the students. Representatives of the staff met with key district level staff, including our district nurse, Veronica Medina, to share their findings and discuss possible options. The joint team looked at what protocols would need to be in place for each option. The joint team also looked at the implications and impact to students and staff. After multiple meetings, the joint team is recommending the distance learning instructional model for Hope School. As you can see from the schedule, the students would have instruction Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in the morning. They would also have adaptive PE and other activities. They would also have small group and individual IEP goals to meet individual IEP goals and objectives. They will also be provided any services on campus as needed, and they will continue with virtual school activities as they have in the current system that we've been doing in the spring. But again, I want to congratulate the work that Hope School has done in preparing and recommending this option. This would also ensure IEP goals would be met in accordance with every student's IEP, as well as any special services provided to students as needed. Distance learning is not a new instructional model, but it is new for many of our teachers. It is not necessarily a new lesson plan, but a new delivery of the lesson. Our teachers have been making the instructional shift since school closure on March the 16th. We are proud of our teachers who demonstrated courage, innovation, and willingness to collaborate as we were all trying to figure out it together. You may have had an opportunity to see the work of the COVID-19 capstone project. The projects were engaging, relevant, and rigorous. We all were inspired by what the students accomplished with the support of their teachers. These principles speak to what we will be expecting. In terms of instruction, we are fortunate to have amazing professional development planned for our teachers and administrators, which will take place in July. The focus of the training will be on monitoring student learning and adjusting instruction while teaching, promoting social development and responsibility within a caring community where each student is treated fairly and respectfully, and creating a rigorous learning environment with high expectations and appropriate support for all students. It is important that our teachers create a course routine and predictability. Students should know what to expect from week to week, including posting schedules and timelines. The overall goal is to cultivate community and connect with students. Parents will also receive professional development. Our family and community specialists, or FACES, are creating a virtual parent leadership academy that helps parents understand the online standards and what to expect. In addition, we will continue to focus on our students with disability and English learners. As you know, we have made great progress with both student groups by creating district and site level task forces. Our teachers will receive professional development on best practices for supporting our students with disability and our English learners. We will continue to monitor their progress and ensure enrichment activities and services are provided. Instructional assistants will also play an important role in supporting both students or student groups. In terms of safety, classroom routines will be implemented to ensure social distancing is happening in the classroom and all health guidance is being followed. Staff and students will be onboarded upon return to school. We will create training videos to help with this training. We are happy to announce extracurricular activities will be permitted with strict guidelines to ensure the health and safety of our students and our staff. We are following the guidance of the California Department of Public Health. I want to thank Coach Mitch Olson, our district athletic director, for his leadership. And we have began a modified practice that we started on June the 29th. All coaches and administrators were trained on protocols on practicing. In addition, we are using the National Federation of High School Athletics as a model for rolling it out. We are currently in phase 1 of the process. This will allow for practices of no more than 10 students with each coach. They have to maintain social distancing and wear face coverings. All staff and students are temperature and health checked before practicing. Also, at this time, there is no plan for competitions. I want to make that clear. We will proceed using the strictest guidance to ensure the health and safety of our students and our staff. As you know, Anaheim Union High School District has award-winning visual and performing arts programs. Our marching bands are the best in the region. I think we all would agree. I want to thank Brian Belsky, our district VAPA coordinator, for his leadership. We have planned professional development for our VAPA teachers to ensure our amazing programs continue to flourish. Our teachers have provided input on resources they will need, as well as shared best practices for instruction in a blended environment. In terms of marching band, we will have a modified marching band program. I'm sure many of you are excited. We have been notified that the competitions, including the championships, have been canceled though. Mr. Belsky will be working with our marching band directors to determine the options for performing in accordance with health guidance. In addition, we will begin visual and performing arts summer practices in a similar way that we did athletics. All DAPA staff will be trained on protocols prior to beginning any rehearsal. Another key element for the reopening of schools is social emotional. We are fortunate to have the expertise of Dr. Adela Cruz, our district mental health coordinator. As you know, she is a leader in the county, and I would probably say the state. We also have a great team of social workers, school counselors, and school psychologists that are constantly collaborating on providing the best social emotional support for our students. Dr. Cruz and her team will be training our teachers, support staff, and administrators on trauma-informed and responsive leadership, trauma-informed and responsive practitioner, and trauma-informed and responsive educator. Embedded in the training are evidence-based practices and interventions, as well as classroom strategies and social emotional learning. As you can see, our staff is receiving extensive professional development in preparation for the reopening of schools. We are also preparing for the implementation of procedures and protocols in accordance with local, state, and federal guidance. Our schools will begin to create procedures for entering and exiting school, as well as passing period and lunch supervision. We will provide the necessary training and determine the staff that will be needed to ensure students are social distancing. Proper labeling on floors will help staff monitor social distancing throughout all campuses. We met with our principals just yesterday to begin the process for developing each school's logistical plans. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Eric Greenwood, our Chief Technology Officer, to share our plan for technology. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Good morning, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. I have 4 areas I quickly want to share with you. When we closed schools in mid-March, we started getting technology ready, and I know we shared at a previous board meeting that we had more than 50 opportunities where we got 7,000 Chromebooks and 2,000 hotspots. Since then, the majority of those devices have stayed with students. We only collected from seniors about 337 Chromebooks and about 87 hotspots. We have had an open policy in terms of if a student needs a device replaced, we have done that, and we would coordinate with Diana Gaeta to set up a time where we can safely have the device returned and safely provide a device back to the student. We've done that about 100 times since the beginning of device distribution. Over the summer, we've distributed about an additional 40 devices, as recent as we're doing 10 today for Gear Up. We received an additional 700 hotspots at no cost, thanks to the 1 million project, which the board approved, I believe, in June, the updates where junior high students are able to participate in the program. So we are getting those devices ready and getting messaging ready to go out to parents of incoming 7th graders to distribute the week of July 20th. Last year, 7th graders, we had about 1,500 Chromebooks and about 425 hotspots. So the 700, we should be pretty well positioned between the 700 hotspots and the 87 that were returned by the seniors to be able to meet the needs of our incoming 7th graders. We have plenty of Chromebooks to be able to meet the needs, and we'll continue for all students if they have a need for technology for them to reach out to us. We have orders in place with our technology refresh from last year and this year to replace about 7,000 Chromebooks, over 700 laptops. And so as we receive those, we will get those ready and update carts in classrooms, get devices out to students as needed. And the next area I'd quickly like to share with you is our infrastructure. So in February, you all approved our E-rate funding. We were funded for Category 1, which is services. We've been working with Spectrum since April to upgrade our internet and data backbone at the school district. So we're doubling internet capacity at the school at the internet level, and we are upgrading schools to be able to have up to 10 gigabytes of data capacity. So presently we're at 1 gigabyte, so we would have the potential of having a 10-fold increase in capacity at the schools. We'll differentiate that based on need, as there's cost differences at the different levels. At the application level, we've made many changes to Schoology to better serve our teachers and staff and students. We've created analytics reports that are delivered to principals on a weekly basis during the school year for engagement. And we've also created courses for case carriers, so they could have their caseload as a distinct group within Schoology, so they can communicate and provide information. And we've also done that for counselors with their caseload. And finally, on supports, there's a handful of things we've done with supports. We've created a student credential report where teachers have access to help students if they have password issues. We've implemented remote assistant tools, so we're able to help our colleagues if they have issues. We're able to take over their computer and help troubleshoot them side by side virtually. And we've also updated our work order system to be able to better support Schoology and also better support our students. So we have a Google form for each of those instances that can be filled out, and that will automatically convert to a work order so we can assist our students and assist our colleagues. And that's my report for technology.
Great, thank you, Mr. Greenwood. I would like to now invite Matt Thomas, our Director of Transportation, to talk about our plan for transportation. Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Good morning, President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustees, Mr. Matsuda, and Cabinet. I first of all had the pleasure to be a part of the Transportation Task Force Committee. It was led by David Rivera from Orange Unified, who's the Assistant Superintendent of Business. And we compiled statistics and recommendations which were put into a report submitted to the Orange County Department of Education. The CDC's recommendation is to reduce capacity on school buses. So what we're planning is for social distancing. All districts have pretty much compiled the information, and we're all planning 13 to 14 students per bus for general education. For special needs transportation, it drops down to 6 to 8 students for our size buses for special ed. We are fortunate we have larger buses for special ed than most districts. Orange Unified has smaller buses that they're only going to be allowed to have 4 students per bus. So we're in a little bit better position. Temperatures are going to be taken at the bus stops prior to boarding. We will be training the bus drivers at our welcome back. We're going to divide them into 4 groups, so we have social distancing for our training for the bus drivers. Boarding procedures are going to be loading students from the rear of the bus, working towards the front so no students are passing by each other, and completely reverse for unloading at the schools or sites. The unloading will go from the front to the rear. Disinfecting is going to take place after each bus route. We've ordered 25 disinfecting units through purchasing department. Brad Manami actually helped me with that order, so they should be here this month. I was working with actually Pam McDonald over at Orange Unified, and hers just came in. We ordered them pretty much at the same time, so I'm hoping they're in soon. We're going to implement the training. I touched on that just a minute ago for social distancing, health checks, temperature taking, boarding and unloading procedures, as well as disinfecting prior to school startup. And I also had said we're going to break our large bus driver groups into 4 groups. So we're going to do that where a fourth of the bus drivers will be washing and preparing the buses and disinfecting, and while the other fourth are learning and training. So and then we're just gonna switch and do that over those first 2 days. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Matt. And at this time, I'd like to invite Orlando Grego, our Director of Food Services, to share our plan for food services. Orlando?
Good morning, Board President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, Cabinet, staff, and community. As you can imagine, because of the COVID-19 crisis and since March 16th and our summer months, it has been a great test run for grab-and-go meals, as well as our ability to think and adapt quickly, and has prepared us for the opening of schools. Parents should rest assured that food services will be providing breakfast and lunch for all students, including our distance learners. My team is in the process of completing risk assessments of all serving areas and kitchens. They're out in the field right now, as a matter of fact. And our Assistant Director, Tiffany Boss, is developing menus that will satisfy our students while ensuring we can maximize social distancing and minimize contact. We just recently received word from the USDA that a number of waivers for the new school year have been released, and we're currently reviewing those waivers to determine how they're going to impact services for our students. And lastly, I just want to thank my incredible team, both in the office and our sites, for bringing so many ideas and solutions to the table and making sure that we're prepared for the start of the new school year.
Great, thank you, Orlando. Thank you for your report. At this time, I'd like to ask, actually, as you can imagine, and I think it was already mentioned, Diana Gaeta, our risk manager, has been amazing and tremendous in getting not only staying up to date with all the guidance, but also being able to prepare all of the training, et cetera, that is required to ensure the health and safety of our students. And as you know, the health and safety of our students and staff is our #1 priority. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Diana Gaeta, our Director of Risk Management, to share the plan.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. I'd like to begin just by reiterating that all of the health and safety measures outlined here for our district are based on the guidance provided by the Orange County Healthcare Agency, the California Department of Health, California Occupational Safe and Health Administration, Federal OSHA, and the Center for Disease Control. We know that the guidance is interim and that it's based on what is currently known about the transmission and severity of coronavirus. We know that it'll continue to evolve, and we'll continue to monitor and review new information as it's released. To this end, the following is a high-level overview of the processes, both established and in progress, intended to maintain the health and safety of our students, our staff, and our community. Our first item is risk assessments. A risk assessment is a tool that organizations can use to identify measures that can be taken to reduce a hazard in the workplace. In our current situation, the hazard is COVID-19. To address the requirement to conduct a risk assessment for all work areas, the district provided training to each department lead and site administrator on how to effectively conduct a risk assessment for their site. Through the risk assessment process, administrators implemented a series of controls to mitigate the hazard or spread of coronavirus. For example, administrators implemented engineering controls, such as moving staff to create physical distancing, administrative controls, such as procedures to minimize contact, reduce unnecessary foot traffic, and sanitize high-touch areas. And finally, where appropriate, apply personal protective equipment, such as sneeze guards and access to gloves for public-facing employees. As the Director of Risk Management, I approved all risk assessments to ensure the appropriate application of the hierarchy of controls used for safety in the workplace as identified by the National Institute of Occupational Health and Safety was utilized. The risk assessments will be incorporated into the required written site-specific protection plan, along with the other required provisions, most of which we'll outline here. Our second item is physical distancing. Key prevention identifies physical distancing to the maximum extent possible, but at least 6 feet, in order to reduce the spread of coronavirus. To address physical distancing for our district, all sites have implemented measures to promote physical distancing, including but not limited to frequent signage throughout all sites, clearly marked decals both indoors and outdoors to identify social distancing parameters, and every classroom will be modified to maximize the spacing between students and staff seating to at least 6 feet. Social distancing is extremely vital to the reduction of the spread, and that through social distancing in the classroom, outside of the classroom, on our buses, we essentially place our staff and students outside of what's considered close contact. Close contact is defined as being within the space of an infected person less than 6 feet for a period of 15 minutes at a time. Close contact is a measure that's used when considering if an exposure has occurred. So to this end, based on our 1/3 hybrid model, our district is in a position to surgically isolate a student or a very small circle of students rather than needing to isolate a classroom or much less an entire school. That's really critical to note. Now, as we return all staff and students to schools, sites will continue to actively and regularly communicate the importance of physical distancing through morning announcements, as well as in-person reminders throughout the day. Our third item is face coverings. Guidance identifies the people who are infected but asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic play an important part in community spread. The use of face coverings limits the release of infected droplets when talking, coughing, and/or sneezing. Per the guidance, the district will continue to require the use of face coverings for all students, staff, and essential visitors when interacting in person with others, when working in any space where food is prepared, walking in common areas, and any rooms where social distancing is not possible, which should be very limited. Accommodations in the form of an alternative face covering will be provided for all individuals with a medical condition, who are hearing impaired, or staff students who are providing or receiving services or instructions that require the lips to be seen, as well as any other individuals who require an exemption as identified by the health experts. Health screenings. As of mid-May, the district has conducted health screenings of all staff authorized to report to sites, including the district office. To address the requirement of a health screening process, the district developed a health screening training program and has provided this training to over 200 staff members now on how to conduct a health screening, which includes symptom screening as well as temperature checks. The training includes a review of the symptoms handout, which outlines what symptoms should be reported, completion of a screening log, education on the confidentiality that is needed to be taken place, and a review of the document that is to be provided in the event someone is returned home. As we return to school, the district will train the necessary staff to conduct health screenings of every staff, student, and essential visitor on a daily basis. Training for staff and students. As required by the guidance, the district developed a training module for staff that addresses all of the required components to educate every staff member in the areas of enhanced sanitation practices, the importance of physical distancing, the proper use, removal, and washing of a cloth face covering, self-screening practices, information related to COVID-19, vulnerable populations, and information related to the expanded staff leaves now available under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. In addition, the district is currently working on a similar training that will be provided to all students at the start of the school year. Again, sites will continue to actively and regularly communicate the components included in both the staff and the student trainings. And finally, and almost most importantly, protocols for suspected COVID exposures. So in an effort to be proactive in the identification of positive cases, the district created a procedure to report all possible exposures to the Risk Management Office during school dismissals. Reports of staff who are returned home via the health screening process, or staff members who call in sick because they've been in close contact with someone who has tested positive with COVID-19, are expeditiously contacted and asked a series of questions to identify the necessary information in order to impart recommended next steps and to isolate any other exposures within the district. In conjunction with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, and in most cases, a personal physician, staff makes the necessary communication to any affected AUHSD staff member. The contact process includes continued monitoring of the individual for follow-up with their physician, testing referrals, testing locations, symptoms, if any, test results, approvals to return to work, and in coordination with HR for appropriate leaves of application of leaves upon the return. Pursuant to the CDC, generally speaking, symptom-based or diagnosed individuals may end isolation after 3 days without the use of fever-reducing medication, and when respiratory symptoms have improved, such as cough or shortness of breath, and after 10 days since the symptoms first appeared. Individuals who've been in close contact with someone diagnosed with COVID-19 and who feel healthy and who are not tested shall remain home for 14 days after the last exposure. Now, as we prepare for the return of staff and students, the district will expand this contact tracing process to the Classified Human Resources Department for extended support. And in addition, to support our community further, the district has partnered with Latino Health Access and its promotoras for community education and support. So based on the fact that the Anaheim Union High School District is placing the health and safety of its staff and students and community as a top priority, we will be successful in reducing the spread of coronavirus and effective in minimizing the disruption of instruction. The 1/3 hybrid model allows the district to effectively implement all of the protective measures outlined here, and most importantly, social distancing, which will drastically reduce the close contact factor. This places our staff and students in a highly protected school setting, which would not be possible in any other model that returns more than 1/3 of our student population. Thank you so much for your continued effort. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Diana. Appreciate it. You may also have many questions about facilities and operations. And at this time, I would like to invite Zora Cronin, Director of Maintenance and Operations, to share our plan for cleaning and sanitizing.
Thank you, Manuel. Good morning, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, and Cabinet members. I am actually happy to share with you that with the collaboration of our Purchasing Director, Brad Manami, and I, we have looked at several plans and several equipments. So in this slide, I'm going to share with you the protocol that we're putting together to disinfecting our sites. And then in the next slide, I'm going to share with you the equipment and products that we will be utilizing. So to successfully disinfect our sites, we're going to be performing this task based on 2 levels. The first level would be done during the day, which will necessitate the disinfecting of the common areas and the high-touch areas throughout the clock. This need of the around-the-clock disinfecting is because the disinfecting products have what we call the dwell time, which is the shortest is 2 minutes. It kills what's already has been contaminated, but it doesn't provide future protection. So unlike, let's say, for instance, we have some of the sprays for mosquitoes, which can actually last for a week or 2. The disinfecting for the virus, it only kills what's already in there, but it doesn't protect from disinfecting the areas in the next minute or 2. So the daily disinfecting protocol will be done around the clock. It will be done into the common areas and the high-touch areas by maintenance staff, which would include doorknobs, handrails, quad areas. Let's say if there are walls that would know that may be touched, we would also include those. And also would include restrooms as well on a regular basis. So this is disinfecting, but there's also another layer to us disinfecting today, and that is cleaning and disinfecting the restrooms. The restrooms would be cleaned before the lunch area and after, and also disinfected. So that's the during the day level, but then we also are going to have another plan, which is we'll be adding the disinfecting to all classrooms. And my colleagues in my email would be to all the classrooms and the common areas, the bathrooms, and basically the entire site, to add to the routine cleaning for the night custodians. So the night custodians would do their routine cleaning for classrooms and, dusting, taking the trash out. But we also would have the machine that they will be using. So whenever they're done cleaning the area, they would disinfect and close the door of, let's say, the classroom, and then disinfect the doorknob. So that way it is ready in the morning. It is disinfected and ready. So these are the two levels of disinfecting: the round-the-clock disinfecting today, and then adding the disinfecting level at the end of part of the nightly custodial routine. But in addition, the maintenance department has been installing water bottle filling stations. We want to ensure that every site has at least two, so that way our students can, or staff members can safely fill their bottle stations without the need of using the traditional fountain. To successfully perform these tasks, Brad Manami and I we created a group that helps demonstrate the equipment. So in the next slide, I'd like to share with you the equipment that we thought so far is the best in the market. And I'd like to know these equipment and products are so in demand, so they're flying off the shelves. So I'd like to thank Brad Manami for actually securing quantities of these that we need. The first machine is the red one. It is a misting machine, and there's a difference between the spraying and the misting. The misting allows us to apply a thin application on surfaces without wetting them, and that would allow the product to actually sit in and kill if there's any virus. This red machine will be used by our night custodians. It has about 10-gallon capacity for the mixing product. And it can spray all classrooms, all surfaces, all areas. As they are done cleaning the areas, they can disinfect. The next product is what is the a backpack misting machine. So the backpack will be utilized by the day staff member who is going to be disinfecting the common areas around the clock. We thought having the red machine might be a bit cumbersome. It might create cords where they can be stepping hazard, for instance. So with the backpack, it'd be more efficient to, and the backpack has a gun, and it has a spraying gun, a misting gun, and a battery, so they can quickly and actively spray the common areas and do that around the clock again. And as I mentioned, we will be also cleaning and disinfecting our bathrooms. To perform so in a safe way, we have the picture in the bottom. It shows a bathroom caddy or restroom caddy. It eliminates the tools, let's say a mop or fiber cloth. You know, there's no cross-contamination between one bathroom or another. It's all done quickly by scrubbing we're going back to the normal soap and water to clean and disinfect in a way. So we would clean the bathrooms on a regular basis as well, using the caddy, which also has a wet vacuum. So we would suck all the excess water, so the bathrooms are quickly opened, and also disinfected. So there's the cleaning, and then the disinfecting would follow, and then the bathrooms are open. We looked also at disinfecting products, the solutions that we can use. It was a kind of challenging finding a product that would have a dwell time less than 10 minutes. So now we are finding more products that have a dwell time of 2 minutes. And what it means to have a dwell time, it's how long it takes when we apply that thin mist on a surface to actually kill if there's any contaminant like a virus. A dwell time of the product that we found is 2 minutes, and it can be 1 minute if we concentrated it, which means that when our staff members spray the areas, the common areas, that within a minute or two, they are ready, you know, they're available, and they're safely disinfected at that point. So these are our kind of plans to disinfect and make sure that also our facilities and buildings are safe. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Zora. I really appreciate the report. As you can see, a lot of work has been done, and we have more to do to prepare for the reopening of schools. We have an amazing team, and I'm confident we will be ready. I would like to share some updates and next steps. The Orange County Healthcare Agency has released a school reopening checklist that has been has to be completed, signed by the principal, of the school and posted before any school can be open. We are confident that we have and will meet all the requirements for each of our schools as listed on the checklist. We will work with each principal to complete this task. Also, the California Department of Education recently announced that all districts will need to complete a learning continuity and attendance plan. We received a preview this week and will get a template on August the 1st. We will be expected to submit this plan by September the 30th, 2020. This plan will be in lieu of the LCAP, which many of you are very familiar with. What this means is that we will need to create this plan with stakeholder input, similar to our LCAP stakeholder engagement process, and consult with key groups such as our associations and our parent groups. We are confident that we have all the components to successfully complete this plan. And finally, we have sent out surveys to our parents and will be sending out a survey to our staff to collect input on how they are feeling about returning to school. We will provide a report to the board at the next board meeting. Again, thank you for your time, and we can now open it up for questions.
Thank you so much, Manuel. That was very comprehensive, and thank you to our directors. We appreciate the tremendous work that you've all put into this. Thank you to the task force. I think there's still one more meeting to complete, Manuel, and they've been working so hard. It's been overwhelming, but you guys have just completely shown that when we work together and when we're thinking of our students and staff safety first, that we can get through this. So I'm so confident in all of you and so proud to be a trustee in this district. I think that we have done a lot of work well and beyond, ahead of the game, so to speak. I've been in touch with a lot of my colleagues across the county, and they're still scrambling in a sense. And we are showing the public, we're showing that our families that we have confidence in the work that we're doing and confidence in our employees' input. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. Mr. O'Neill.
Okay.
My first question is, how are we going to handle students that are not going to come to school? Now, you mentioned CVA. Are there any other alternatives to CVA?
Yes, so for any student who, for whatever reason, is not able to attend school on any particular day or time frame, they will be provided both with the synchronous day, and then they will be provided with the materials and curriculum that they need for the remainder of the in-person days, which they're not going to attend, and then the asynchronous day. So they will.
So Manuel, I'm gonna stop you real quick to ask, just for our parents and our public, can you explain what synchronous and asynchronous mean so that way everybody is on the same page?
Absolutely. So synchronous means that the teacher is teaching live to the students, in this case in a computer or through the computer, as many of you experienced during the springtime. And so synchronous is an actual instruction with the teacher. Asynchronous is the student is working on independent work. It could be a journal entry that the teacher has given, part of a project-based learning activity that the student is completing, maybe doing some research, maybe doing other activities, or having different kinds of interactive engagement online with other students as part of the lesson. So that is asynchronous, but it's not directly engaging the teacher.
During Eric's presentation, he mentioned some numbers about the number of computers, hotspots, etc., for both students and teachers. When it comes to opening up the doors on August 12th, will we have 100% of our students covered and staff covered on both computers and connectivity?
That's what we're planning, Mr. O'Neill. So from the student standpoint, and looking at the number of seventh grade quantities from last year that we served, We have more than enough Chromebooks or devices isn't going to be an issue. We're confident on the student side that we'll have enough hotspots, and then we were able to meet the needs of employees that had a need for hotspots. So we got 50 from Orange County Department of Ed, and we've had some of those returned, and we'll play the employee one by ear. If we go over the 50, we were contracted with T-Mobile, and we also have hotspots with Sprint. So we would be able to get devices, I'm pretty confident, in relatively short order if that became an issue on the staff side.
Can I ask something too? In my community, there was a question online. A parent was not aware of, when he was supposed to turn in his computer for his son. And it was almost like he wasn't aware that he was going to keep it because his son was a 7th grader, so he would be moving on to the 8th grade. Have we sent out a notice to remind the parents they were to keep these technology devices? So maybe we need to send another one out because some of them are not totally aware.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, because if maybe just a parent call or because unfortunately not all of them go on Facebook or the website to see that information. So
Manuel, can you talk a little bit about the teacher training to be able to continue on with the distance learning, and also maintaining the distance learning in the classroom? How are we handling it with the teachers?
Yes, absolutely. And I know Dr. Fee can also chime in because both of us have been pretty involved in that process with our curriculum specialists. So teachers will be going through a 90-minute training, two different days that is pretty extensive, that oversees or aligns both the online standards with the California standards for the teaching profession. They will be both trained in terms of how to develop the units or the weekly assignments, ensuring that strategies are being implemented. They will model the strategies embedded into the training. They will also give ideas and have different breakouts to be able to have multiple conversations so teachers can go deeper with that idea or that strategy. The social emotional learning is embedded in there as well. And so it's going to be pretty extensive. In addition to that training, we are also going to do the same training with our administrators during the Leadership Advance, so they are aware of the training that the teachers received. Also, as I mentioned with Dr. Cruz, she will be doing extensive training throughout July on the trauma-informed practices, which also embeds the strategies.
How can we make sure that the students and the staff also are emotionally supported? We hear about the children, our students that are at home and they're sort of feel lost. They're not maintaining a focus on the education that they should be receiving. What are we doing to make sure that they are that we are doing the best we can to bring them along properly?
Mr. Renew, that's an excellent question. And that's actually a big part of the new guidance and legislation in terms of how are we going to engage our students and how are we going to ensure that they're not, really falling through the cracks. I believe that in the spring, we did an excellent job of creating systems for our schools to where they needed to be accountable for ensuring that the students were checking in and the staff was checking in with them. And so they created an accountability plan for anytime a student did not check in, teachers would notify administration, who would then create a plan with either follow up with a staff member, follow up with a counselor, follow up with a social worker to see why that student was not checking in. So we will apply similar protocols when the year starts. As I said before, we have an amazing team of counselors and social workers who have a pretty good pulse of their kids and know, who they need to reach out to quickly and who they will need to reach out consistently. but also the protocols that will be in place will be to ensure that students are engaging on a regular basis.
Okay. So if a student is determined to have COVID, or a teacher is determined to have COVID, how do we handle the classroom or the classrooms that they have touched?
Diana, do you want to
Right. So with regards to the disinfecting protocols and then the isolation protocols, the disinfecting protocols, and Zora, please help me here and chime in. The disinfecting protocols specifically state that we should close the room for 24 hours and then come in and disinfect. And based on the equipment that purchasing has been able to secure for us, that sanitation and disinfecting process should be very quick. So that would look like we would be able to return students the third day. What I can tell you is, again, based on our 1/3 hybrid model, based on the fact that we are looking at having teachers disinfecting the desks, but also implementing in their instruction a reduction of touch areas, right? So what we would look at, what we have experienced is that we would have to notify that there's been an exposure in the classroom, but we would also qualify it by saying that our students are socially distanced and that we do not create an environment where they are less than 6 feet for longer than 15 minutes. We would recommend that they contact their personal physician in the event that there are underlying health conditions we're unaware of, but parents would essentially make a decision whether they want to return their students. I would be able to impart to them that there has not been a definition of close contact met in that classroom. Also outdoors, also in our busing, and also as we're temperature checking as students are arriving. What happens outside of the school grounds, of course, we're unable to control.
So a student is in a classroom that has 15 other students in total, and they have, 6 periods a day? So on Tuesday, they come and they're ill. So 6 times 15, that's 90 students they've just been in contact with within a classroom floating around the campus. So we have to have now 6 classrooms cleaned and 6 classrooms somewhere the students have to go during the day to receive instruction, but they can't go back to the prior classroom.
They can't go back there for, yes, for what would essentially be about 2 classroom days. So obviously, if it's a Friday, right, we have our days where students are not in session, so we would be right back in session on Tuesday. If it's a Tuesday situation, there are a lot of spaces throughout the sites that, based on the requirement to socially distance, can no longer serve their intended purpose, and therefore those would be the sites, those would be the areas that we would look at as a temporary setting for those kids. Again, very quickly being able to return them back to their regular classroom setting based on just a standard disinfecting process that's already in place by the maintenance and operations department.
Okay.
I just want to add. I just want to add that in addition to the disinfecting plan, in the event if there's an exposure for a classroom, and even though it is not required, just to take every precaution, we will be replacing the filters in the HVAC system as well. This is, again, not a requirement. It is for us taking every precaution. We will be replacing them for the classrooms in the event of an exposure.
As I reflect back on prior years, first day, first week of school, you go into classroom A and you have students with no seats. They're standing around because they're overloaded, over capacity. So since we can only have, I don't know if 15 is the magic number, I'm assuming that every classroom on every campus, you know what the maximum load is for each of those rooms. So you cannot assign any more students than what that class can physically hold based upon that mathematical determination. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. What will happen is that as the classrooms are assessed for social distancing, there will be a decal placed on the floor that identifies that this is where the chair shall be because it is 6 feet or more distance from the next chair. So anywhere that there is no decal, or in the event we have to move furniture or it gets moved, we always know how that room has been outlined for physical distancing and immediately move those chairs back. They're also there to assist the teachers without having to apply many resources to know exactly where that seating needs to be. In addition to that, we will also have additional decals in the classroom floor to ensure social distancing as they're walking in. There are some teachers that have already stated that they would like to see their staff, their students, in the classroom while they're wiping down the desk versus in the hallway. And so where we are able to, we will also ensure that there is sufficient perimeter decals so that if a teacher chooses to do that, they know exactly where that student can stand, where they are socially distanced inside of the classroom.
Okay, first day of school and we have students show up that weren't registered. Now we have overflow situation. Where do all these, and it happens every year. We know, we all smile, we know about it. So what is the plan for these overflow students that were not anticipated? Where are they all gonna go?
So we will be creating logistical pieces or logistical protocols for all of the schools, and it's going to be based on a school by school basis. As you know, all of our schools are different. They have different facilities, different layouts on the campus. So all of them will have those contingency plans for those first days of school, in addition to the classrooms.
Okay. And last question is the word tracing has come up over time. How do we plan on handling the tracing aspect when a student or a teacher or staff member turns up ill?
So we do have a procedure that's already been in place. It's been in place the entire time that we have dismissed from school. We know that as we reopen schools, we will need to expand that to ensure there are sufficient contact tracers to not only follow through with employee dismissals or returns to home, but also student exclusion policies as well. So we are definitely working, creating calculation on what is the appropriate number, and then a contingency plan in the event we have to further expand that number. But there is already a practice in place that's been in place since actually before we even dismissed, and it's only become further refined as the weeks go by.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Jabbar?
Oh.
Thank you. So I have a few questions here. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for asking some of the questions that I was had in mind as well. First of all, thank you to Manuel and the team, which actually came out and did a fantastic job. I think you guys did a great job in terms of making sure that you look at every aspect. My first priority, and I think everybody's first priority, is the safety of our students and safety of our staff. So my questions are, one, what have you taken a look at in terms of providing face coverings for our staff and our students during this period of time? We've obviously looked at it. I want to make sure that we are explaining it to the public. Manuel or Diana?
Yeah, I think this is Diana. I mean, I can answer, but I think she's probably the most appropriate since she's been working with it. Diana?
Right. So we will have face coverings available for anyone that does not have face coverings, for sure. I can tell you that.
So are we asking students to come in with face coverings, or are we providing face coverings at the entrance?
We are indicating that they are welcome to arrive with a face covering of their own, but if they do not have them, we will have them available to provide. In addition, we know that we are receiving face coverings, a certain number per staff and per student. Dr. Root has been in charge of receiving that, along with purchasing, securing that we're going to have sufficient supply ready at any time to allow for face coverings for every staff member and every student on our campuses.
Can I
I'd
piggyback
like
on
to-
that question here? Because about the face coverings. Will you be specific? In other words, are you talking masks or shields? Because my question has to do with the face coverings. And for a teacher teaching all day, wouldn't a plastic face shield be more efficient for them and more comfortable? And is it acceptable? Because for them, if they could talk, the kids, can hear them better than through a cloth face mask. And so I was wondering if we're supplying some of those.
Yes, we definitely are. And what I can tell you is that a face shield by OSHA definition is a protection for the eyes. It's not a protection for respiratory droplets. To that end, if we have teachers that would
have to have.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay, so to that end, we will have face shields. There are also face shields that meet the definition of an alternative face covering that we're already providing to employees that have submitted a physician's note that they're unable to wear a face covering. We will also be providing alternative face coverings, and what they look like is, if you can imagine, a face shield with a cloth covering that does not allow escape of the respiratory droplets. We're looking at those for service providers, that for the hard of hearing, for folks that need to see the lips. There are certain programs in our school district under the visual and performing arts that also, as part of the instruction in the curriculum, need to be able to visually see the lips. And so we do have alternative forms of a face covering that look like a face shield with a draping cloth. That is already a form of accommodation that's in place. We will ensure that we will have those available, but those need to be specifically identified for the service providers and or the students receiving services that require visual of the lips.
Okay, thank you.
But, one thing, Mr. Jabbar, though, I'm glad you asked that question, because for our parents to understand the expectation, we encourage all of our parents to supply their children with cloth face masks, face coverings. But we also guarantee that for any kid that doesn't have one or forgot one, we will have plenty available in the event that they don't. But in order to save money for the district, we're asking our parents to supply the cloth face mask for their children.
And I just want to make sure that we are communicating that clearly to our parents, because again, yes, we are going to be providing the mask for students who don't have it, but at least we are making that clear to our parents. The second part of that question is safety for our employees. I know that, Grant, are you on this call? I don't know if he's on, but anyways, I know he was part of the school opening task force. I've been hearing a lot of concerns from our staff on social media talking about, they're concerned to come back on campus. And I'm sure that we've actually talked about it and we've dealt about it. So Manuel, if you could go through that process in terms of how we discussed and how our, union leaders were part of the conversation and how they all bought into this plan. If you could go a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. As I shared at the beginning, we have been meeting since April the 23rd, pretty regularly. I think we met more regularly while we were still in school, but we met pretty regularly as a group. We discussed all aspects of the reopening of schools. At the time, we did not have any guidance, but as I stated in my earlier statement, we were following every news report, everything we can gather to ensure that we had the latest information coming out of CDC, the California Department of Public Health, et cetera. And so throughout that whole process, all of this information and resources was put in a Google folder that we all shared. So it was accessible to all of the stakeholders or all of our task force members. So anything that was the latest update was going in there. Every agenda was going into an agenda folder. Every notes that was taken in any of the breakout groups were also in that folder. So it was pretty comprehensive. It has been pretty, and it will continue to be pretty comprehensive in terms of the information. Almost overload to our task force. So that's one. And then the other thing is we've also involved other groups. So for example, our athletic group, they were coordinated through Mitch Olson, and he had formed groups in terms of what that guidance was going to look like, and then they provided recommendation, as well as the VAPA group. Mr. Belsky has been meeting with that VAPA group from throughout the district, both representative of junior highs and senior highs, again, to see how the VAPA teachers would be impacted and what kinds of supports they would need from us. Also, ASTA our Teachers Association has provided a list of representatives from each of our schools. So we have formed a new committee that just started this week with those representatives as we begin to do the risk assessments in the classroom and what that's going to look like. So we will have teacher representation at each of our sites going through that risk assessment. That group will also be talking about the routines and processes and procedures that impact the teachers in the classroom. So if any of our teachers that are out there want to connect with who that person is, your principal has that list, and they can be more than happy to bring all of those questions to that group. So we do have representation from all the schools on that committee.
Okay, and then PPE for our staff in terms of quantity and availability, we have that in place. And I see that I don't see Grant, but I see James on the call. James, if I'm assuming you're representing ASTA here because Grant is not on the line. Wanted to get your input that you guys are pretty satisfied and thorough with the process that we took. And I understand that we also have a employee survey that's going out to all our employees.
I am not on the committee, but I've heard, that we're appreciative of the ability to be on that committee and meet and talk. And we are currently negotiating safety with the district regarding PPE and other safety measures. So in that regard, we're pretty happy so far.
Okay.
Thank you, James. I do want to just come back to this issue of, and I really appreciate Diana's closing words in her presentation, that our district will have the highest standards of safety for both students and staff. And this is why when she made it very clear about our physical distancing model, we have the highest standard that we know of in this 1/3 model, which is really in accordance with the state guidelines. Because there are districts, I know that people shop around, parents are watching this, that are doing what we call a 50% model, which is 50% at any one time. And I do want to differentiate our feeder elementaries. Many of them are doing a 50% model, but they have much smaller class overall school populations and class sizes. In secondary, where you have large class sizes of 35 to even 40, if you have 50% model, you're upwards of 18, 20 kids in there at a time. Our task force looked at that model. They looked at the physical distancing. They looked at the average physical class size, square foot, and as the state superintendent said, that you're looking at class sizes in secondary for about 10 to maybe 13 kids, 13, 14 kids. So, Mr. O'Neill, when you say 15 kids, I kind of cringe because that means our class sizes were 45. So it's more like 8 to 12, 13. And that way we can assure that our schools will be safe in terms of physical distancing for both students and staff.
And this is Diana. If I may just also add, in terms of risk in terms of the hierarchy of controls to eliminate a hazard from the workplace. These are procedures that are outlined by the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. There is a hierarchy of controls, and it's based on what's most effective. And I can tell you that in our situation, substitution and elimination is not possible. We can't substitute the coronavirus for something else. We can't eliminate the coronavirus. The next item that you go with to eliminate employees or reduce the hazard in the workplace is engineering controls. Those are our physical distancing. It's deemed to be the order in which you should apply because it's the order that's most effective. And when employees can't come in and staff can't come in and easily undo what you've done, that increases its efficacy. So after engineering controls, then you have administrative controls. They're less effective, though, than administrative controls because now that requires the employee to follow the protocol and the process. The last item on the hierarchy of controls and the least effective is PPE. PPE is considered to be the least effective because it requires compliance from the employee, it requires supply from the employer, and it requires constant replenishing and constant monitoring. So I just say that as we look to keeping our schools safe and healthy, we are going with the highest, most efficient measure in the hierarchy of controls, which is that physical distancing. We're engineering controls across the district to ensure that we are separating the hazard from our students and our staff.
I appreciate that, Diana, because I have total confidence in what you guys are doing, but I got to ask these questions so that way our public, our parents who are watching or who will take a look at it are also confident in the fact that we went through a process. I'm going to turn to a couple other things. In terms of obviously we know that we have a couple of feeder districts coming into our district. What have we taken a look at the impact that we will have on the elementary school districts? Because we do have siblings who go to Anaheim Union and then, Anaheim Elementary or Magnolia or Centralia. I just want Manuel to go over a little bit of the process we took in terms of considering that. And the other part to it is that the consideration that we took with our parents, because obviously when kids are going to be at home, the other impact to our parents who might have two jobs, who are essential workers, who are going to be out there, how they'll have to deal with this. So if you can kind of comment on what we did in terms of looking at those situations.
Yes, absolutely. I'll start with the feeder elementary schools. Ever since the beginning back in March, Mr. Matsuda has been meeting with our feeder superintendents and in fact our county superintendents have been meeting pretty regularly in terms of any plan and how best to approach the pandemic. And so that communication has been constant both at the county level and at the district level. And so there has been regular communication between the superintendents. When we established our task force and as we have moved forward, we have been communicating with other assistant superintendents who really have been spearheading the whole returning to school process. So we have been communicating in terms of what their plan is going to be and what our plan is going to be. In fact, we have invited the assistant superintendent from the Anaheim Elementary School District to our task. And so she has been getting the invitations to be a part of it. And we have been communicating regularly in terms of both of our plans and how they align. In terms of other areas, ROP, the assistant superintendent from the ROP has also been a part of our task force. He has been attending regularly, so he can see how how our plan is going to be impacting our ROP program and our CTE programs. And so it has been a value of ours to involve as many stakeholders as possible in this process, so we're all on the same page as we're learning together. Because you got to also understand that the information that's coming to us is changing rapidly, it's changing daily. What we are grounding ourselves on is the California Department of Public Health guidance and also the guidance that does come through the Orange County Department of Education as to what should our plan be and what should we be taking into consideration. When it comes to our parents, we do have a parent on our staff, on our task force, in terms of having that voice. But we have been very conscientious, both in terms of the feelings and worries that our parents have, as well as the planning in terms of childcare, which is another big conversation that has been part of the conversation. And we have been working with some of our local agencies, community-based agencies, to see how we can support and coordinate to make it easier for our parents when it comes to childcare.
Okay, thank you. And
excuse me, Mr. Jabbar.
Yeah.
Also, didn't we offer risk management training with Diana? Didn't we lend Diana to our feeder elementary school districts? I'm not sure who took advantage of that, but I know you gave them some training as well.
I can comment to that, President Randall Trejo. So at Mr. Matsuda's request, we know that the impacts of our students on our feeder tracks and the impact of their students on our students, because their families, is so important. So we sent out an invitation to our feeder track schools to meet with us. And so Diana and I had the opportunity to meet with, I think it was 3 of our feeder track schools and districts, and spent probably a good hour and a half with them, outlining what we were doing, also listening to what they were doing to garner ideas from them. And then we held a second meeting on Friday of that week with our ROP, because we again know how connected they are, because staff works in our buildings. And we met with ROP for again about another hour and a half to go over what our procedures and protocols were, so that they understand what we're doing here in Anaheim Union High School District.
okay, thank you, Jennifer. In the next, I want to shift to kind of our instruction in terms of how is this model going to impact our special ed students and English learner students, and specifically in terms of IEPs for our students. I know we have the HOPE model, but I also want to discuss a little bit about our general student population, specifically when dealing with special ed and English learner students. Manuel.
Yes, absolutely. As I stated before, we have an amazing task force, both for students with disability and English learners, that encompasses representation of teachers, representation of the different departments, the EL department, as well as the students with disability department. And we have been looking at all of the best practices, latest research in terms of the strategies. As we have shifted to the online or the blended, or actually the online instruction, we have been, again, looking at all the research and practices that should be implemented. So Diana Fujimoto, who is our EL curriculum specialist, is the one that has been developing the training for our teachers. And so because of her expertise and because of her lens, she has embedded a lot of those strategies into that training. The other person that has been involved is Tracy Olson, who is our curriculum specialist for students with disability. She also has created different tools and videos and trainings on how to instruct students with disability in a distance learning model. And so I believe that we have probably the best expertise in the state when it comes to supporting our English learners and students with disability in a blended model. And in terms of the IEPs, we have been following the guidance and the law, the IDEA and all the local. We are ensuring that all IEPs are being done. Currently, they have been done virtually. And again, if those IEPs are not able to be done virtually, there's been accommodations to be able to get those done. So we have been following that as well, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay, in terms of the synchronous model, and I think one of the questions that I engage a lot with parents is, you know, our students I think they're looking at the past experience, and I did explain to them, look, that was an emergency situation where we had to, all school districts had to kind of get into this quick adaptation of the new model that we had. So now that we've had time to think through, the questions are in a synchronous model. Are we, just explain that to me in terms of, okay, we're gonna have the teacher and all our students on a virtual setting and pretty much having them ask questions. So I want you to kind of engage me on that in terms of giving me how it looks for a parent when they look at it and say like, okay, this is my kid going into a synchronous classroom.
Absolutely. So again, I'll kind of explain the overall instructional plan and delivery, and then go into the more specific, the synchronous, because it should mirror a typical lesson that you would see in a classroom. So in terms of the planning that the teachers will need to do, they will need to plan their weeks, which is what they normally would, their week instruction. So the way it would look in a virtual model, it would be that using our MLS, which is Schoology, the teacher will be posting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday instruction, and embedded into those days will be activities that the students will need to complete or will need to do. Some of them will be done in a synchronous environment, some of them will be done in an in-person environment, some of them will be done in an asynchronous environment, but the teacher will be developing instruction for the entire week for the students, and those will be posted on Schoology. In terms of a synchronous day, so imagine you being in a classroom in person, the teacher is engaging, the teacher's providing some comprehensible input to kind of, outline what the student is going to be learning, the objectives for the day. The teacher will be engaging the students in some kind of question and answer to check for understanding. The teacher might be engaging in some kind of guided practice where the students are doing some independent work. And the students might be working in some kind of a collaborative setting where the students are engaging in conversation about a topic that the teacher has instructed them to do. At all times, the teacher is checking for understanding. That's in a live in-person. So take that now to a virtual, which is really what's supposed to happen. It doesn't change your instructional practice. It just does it in a different place. So in this case, in a synchronous environment, the teacher does very similar activities in a synchronous environment where the teacher is instructing, providing some input in terms of a lesson and comprehensible input to be able to introduce the topic. They will engage in checking for understanding. They will engage in discussions. They will ask students to do some individual work as well as some group work. They might send the students into some breakouts to be able to engage in additional, or put them on some kind of a discussion board to have that discussion on a discussion board. So what you might see in a good engaging class in a live in-person can be very similar to what you would see in a virtual synchronous class.
The other question that I had was, let me pivot to a little bit again back to a facility operation. I know that I think Zora mentioned about the fact that they will be cleaning the facilities on a regular basis and making sure that the classrooms are clean, and the whenever they go in and out of a restroom, it's going to be clean. I guess my thought process was, I was looking at it and seeing, like, do we have the staffing to do that? And do we have the PPEs to do that for our employees? And are we prepared to do that on every classroom setting? Because you're looking at going into a restroom, coming out, somebody being out there to make sure that we monitor it and go in and clean. I'm kind of envisioning other facilities that I've been in. So I just want to kind of talk that through, and maybe Zora could explain that a little bit more, and our finances to do that in terms of making sure that, I know you said that it only takes about the cleansing is only for about 15 minutes, which also goes to think that we'll probably have to large supplies available to get that done on every campus.
Mr. Jabbar, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and start, Zora, with the process and procedure. So that way, Mr. Jabbar kind of gets a picture of what that will be. And then you kind of, then take over in terms of the sanitation and procedures for cleaning. So Mr. Jabbar, right now, as we have stated before, we want to ensure the highest safety standards for our students and staff. And so part of it is that students will be monitored, obviously going to the restroom, because we need to account for who went to the restroom when. That is the key, ensuring that we know who went to the restroom when. And so what will happen is that during passing periods, the restrooms will be sanitized, so students will get to and from class quickly, monitoring that there's social distancing and monitoring that there's nobody, obviously standing around, et cetera, and moving to class. And so that is key in terms of now happening in the classroom. So a student goes from class A to class B. When they arrive in class B, they tell the teacher, I need to go to the restroom. The teacher then will send the student to the restroom, documenting that the student left and the time the student left. Each restroom will be monitored by a staff member. They have to be monitored because we need to check to see, again, who has gone to the restroom when. Again, not inside, they'll be monitored outside to ensure that they're checked in. Once the student goes in and out, again, they will be monitored to ensure that there isn't more than the capacity that restroom has. And the restrooms will be sanitized regularly. So I'll have Zoro explain the sanitation, but I wanted you to understand the procedure that we were putting in place to ensure that we're accounting for all students at all times, including going to the restroom.
Thank you, Manuel. The disinfecting that we will be performing during the day, it will be mainly in the common areas outside of the classrooms. The classrooms will be disinfected by the teachers. That's during the day. When the maintenance staff disinfect the inside of the classrooms, that would be part of the night custodians that would go inside the classrooms and do their routine cleaning, then disinfect. So during the day, when we're disinfecting the common areas, we try to find an equipment that would be as hands-free as possible, and that is the backpack, where the staff member would be kind of just from far away disinfecting the areas without wiping, without the need of cross-contamination or getting exposed as well. The products we're using are very safe, and the PPE requirement for these products, it's really kind of a face covering, and it's face covering and maybe gloves, and even the gloves are not required, but we will be providing gloves and face coverings for the staff that will be performing this task during the day. And again, for the safety of staff and the students, we try to have these equipment to be as hands-free as possible so there's not cross-contamination. I hope this answers the question. I'm not sure.
Well, I guess my concern or my question, thank you for explaining that to me. But in terms of staffing, now you mentioned that one aspect of it is at nighttime custodians are going to do that. Do we have enough staffing where they're going to be able to do all classrooms, one, and then two, during the day when you have staff who are going to be disinfecting? I mean, I'm assuming they're wearing the backpack and a little, the spray, right? The spray, which basically they're doing the spraying. Is that enough? I mean, we have only one staff.
We will have to staff the requirement for the day, where it would require for high schools at least one full-time person, depending on the size of the high school. So there might be some repurposing of some of the maintenance and operations staffing that we can move certain other kind of positions where they now can help with the disinfecting. And that is already, we're communicating with the union on how that would look like. There might be some of the staffing where their job description does have the custodial cleaning, so we can repurpose those positions temporarily. And I say temporarily during the COVID-19, and however long we need to perform the disinfecting, that they can perform that during the day. So that's, I hope this answers. So we would need to add at least one full staff member. And the way we can do it, we'll repurpose one position so that they can perform the disinfecting during the day.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold off on my rest of the questions until the rest of the board members get a chance to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbar. Ms. Piercy?
Most of my questions have already been answered. There's been a lot of questions. So the main thing I had was that one about the face shields. But Diana, I do want to ask, okay, if there is, let's say, for these teachers let's say in a lab situation, where they have to move around? Are we going to supply them with those face shields with the thing underneath so they can clearly, walk around and or whatever? I mean, I don't know. It just seems to me for a teacher that the face shield is, more practical than just the mask. Because you don't always understand everybody clearly in the mask situation. So that was my question. And if we do have teachers that would like them, would they be supplied?
So I think what we would lead with is ensuring that our teachers base their instruction on social distancing. The guidance specifically says that instruction should be outlined and designated in a manner that reduces contact. So while we know that there's teaching styles, there's instruction that leads to closer contact, we would always want to lead with making sure that we're able to maintain that physical distancing. In the absence of that physical distancing, I'm not able to surgically isolate one or two students. Once that occurs, if that's part of the curriculum and we're not maintaining the social distancing, it becomes a larger scale that I would have to dismiss. So to answer your question, if there are situations that place a teacher in a situation where they need to be in close contact, we would direct them that needs to refrain from being in excess of 15 minutes. To answer your question with regards to whether a teacher can have a face shield if they choose to have one, because PPE is the least effective, we would want to ensure that we're creating the engineering controls prior to the administrative controls and then our PPE, and that we're maintaining those clear face shields with the cloth draping for those services and those students that need to see the lips. But it is an alternative form of accommodation that's been outlined by the California Department of Ed in specific circumstances that I outlined, such as the hard of hearing and such as medical conditions and things of that nature. So we effectively could be stepping outside of the guidance, and we would just want to make sure that we do that appropriately.
Right. Well, yeah, I think the ticket to what you've just said too is maintaining physical distance and making it, when you are within closer than 6 feet, it's not for very long. In other words, so it's the maintaining of close distance that's the problem. Okay. So it's like with our kids sitting in desks. They're sitting still in one place, but they're far enough away. So they're not sitting close to each other. The teacher's not close to the kids for any length of time. So that's the main thing right there. So thank you. That's all. I'll just listen to everybody else's questions if there's any more. I think we've covered a lot of it.
No, we have covered a lot of ground. Thank you, Ms. Piercy. Ms. Smith, do you have any questions?
Okay, yes. I just want to thank everybody for their questions and the solid answers. And I do have a question of Eric. The Chromebooks that are given out, what country are they produced in?
Components of them are produced in China.
Thank you. And related to cleanliness, are our children given instructions about how to clean them?
Once they are returned, or just on an ongoing basis?
Well, I think on ongoing, if we're talking about cleanliness.
I don't believe we've provided that guidance, but we would be happy to.
So yes, just to add in, there is the required training for students is an overall higher hygiene process, but we can definitely hyper focus on electronic devices and provide information specific to the appropriate application of cleaning products to them.
Well, we're in a teaching and a learning mode at these times, and I think that would be very productive. And then lastly, I wanted to ask if and when obviously these Chromebooks have been given out. I see them over at a local school here where they're giving them out, and I hope that the sense of responsibility is sent to these children and to our students and their parents, that these are paid for by tax money, and there is a responsibility to take care of them and be careful of them.
Absolutely. So we have a document that in an ideal situation, we would have had the parent and the student sign that outlines taking proper care of the Chromebook, both from the types of websites and things like that are used, that they follow our board policy on use of technology. So we did provide that documentation to parents when we passed out Chromebooks.
Oh, so we did use it. It's not something we would have, but we did have them sign something when they
Well,
got a
ideally,
Chromebook?
we would have wanted them to sign it, but I think it was kind of a mixed bag. So when we had some of the drive-throughs, it wasn't really practical to have a
sign.
signature. Yeah, exactly.
So, but they got the paperwork though. So,
Correct.
and are we going to now, let us say for the new crop of students coming in, are we going to ask them to read and sign if we issue them technology?
We will, yes.
Okay, very good. And I know that you made a mention too that we've had like 100 that are 100 of one of the Chromebooks may be returned because maybe they were older and they didn't work or whatever. So, but hopefully none of them were mistreated or you couldn't really tell, or were they just aged or what?
I think I know there's some where the screen cracked, so some of it was due to perhaps a misuse or an accident.
Okay.
But when you include the hotspots, we're talking about around 100 devices for over 9,000 pieces of equipment that were distributed. So, you're
that's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So thank you, everyone. I
So
think
Anne Marie, let me ask a couple of quick questions since nobody else had the questions. I wanted Manuel to kind of explain to our parents and the public the high quality of instructions. When we say that our district is providing high quality instructions for our students in the fall, I want them to know what that is, if you can explain to our public.
Absolutely. That means that the teacher is engaging with the student regularly through the Schoology or through in person or through in class. That means that the students are constantly working on something because it's regular school. So they're going to be doing homework. They're going to be doing research. They're going to be talking to other students in the class to get projects completed. And so quality instruction is that the students are learning and that the students are engaging and that they are submitting. Currently, most of the work is going to be submitted through Schoology, through the LMS that we have, because again, we want to make sure that we are keeping the safety and health of our students and staff at the priority. But yeah, so it's a constant engagement and the students are constantly working. They're constantly learning, they're constantly reading, they're constantly online engaging with the material that the teacher has provided for them.
So part of it.
Can Jaron, do you mind chiming in on that too?
Yeah. So and I think Trustee Jabbar, you references, or someone references earlier that, in the spring, I mean, not just our district, but teachers across the country were in survival mode. And you saw a lot of post and go, where teachers would just post assignments, students would get them and work on their own. That's not really engaging. That's just giving kids an opportunity to take the work and kind of figure it out. The training that Jackie and our curriculum specialists are leading really is not just connected to the national online standards and how to deliver instruction online, but they're crosswalking connected to the California standards for the teaching profession. So as Manuel had mentioned, what is essential is not just the standards and what we teach, but how we teach. And our teachers through this training, and again, as you heard, we just have amazing teachers who have stepped up. They are still going to be expected to teach through those professional California standards for the teaching profession. So that's what's essential in our training. I think that's what separates training that we are providing in our district that other districts aren't providing to that extent. We are really going deep with the online standards and how we deliver the instructional standards to our students. And it's not just the post and go. You will see the interaction, the engagement with our students. You will see the building of community, which is essential. I know we talked a little bit about the social emotional needs, and quite honestly, we're heading into, again, still uncharted territory where we have to be very mindful about the amount of screen time our kids are faced with. So this community building is going to be essential. Part of the training also embeds strategies for the teachers to intentionally connect and kind of check in with students, kind of do a dipstick in terms of how the students are actually doing. Did they eat breakfast? Are they sleeping well at night? I mean, so that's part of the training. So when you think about like the capturing kids' hearts, the things that we did under normal circumstances, we're embedding a lot of those elements into the training we're doing virtually. So we really don't miss a beat in terms of how we're interacting and connecting with our kids. So that's where you're going to really see a difference. And I'm proud to say, you know, we set this up about a week and a half ago. We already have over 650 teachers who have signed up for this training in our district. That doesn't count the additional 70 teachers who are part of CVA or Cambridge Virtual Academy that have been trained in depth, plus an additional 22 teachers who are part of our Gear Up program this summer. So we're going to have a lot of teachers, most of our teachers who will be trained before school starts, which is exciting because then they can use the remaining time of the summer, if they choose, to begin prepping and building their lessons with this new training. And for those teachers who are unable to attend in the summer for whatever reason, we're going to train them that first week of school aggressively. So come the second week, when typically instruction does begin, because that first week is more building relationships, setting up the routine, the predictability, we will be ready to go district-wide. So, and again, it's not a one and done. We're going to continue through the model that Manuel presented on those Fridays, right, with the asynchronous day. That's where we're also building in PLC time for teachers so they can work and support each other, but then also additional trainings if needed to continue to grow their skills and their approach to learning and teaching online.
So, I mean, you just said something that I want to highlight, Jaren. What you said was, which I want to highlight because I think in an environment that we are in, we have to be conscious of the fact of other districts, right? What they're doing and how we measure up to them or measure above them. And without naming any districts around us, I want you to address that fact in terms of how we compare to other surrounding districts. I'm sure that we looked at it just so that we keep tabs of our, so to speak, competition. But I want to make sure that our parents are assured that what we do in our district is high, the same as other districts, or if not higher than other districts. So I want you to comment on that.
Yeah, so without bad-mouthing other districts who are also trying, like us, to figure this out, I think our focus on the national online standards is really a big separation between us and other districts, that we're really focused on the how we deliver the instruction. I know that when you speak to staff members, myself included, who have my own kids who go to school in other districts, it has sometimes been a little disheartening that what students are being asked to do doesn't feel too different than what they would normally do, and they are not taking into consideration the well-being of kids and how they're receiving information. It's very post and go heavy, where kids are taking the heavy lift to figure things out on their own. And through this model, we are really engaging with our teachers to connect and support students through this process. Obviously, for us, a driver in our district are the 5 C's and the way that we engage with our students, and that is central to this training as well. So it's allowing students to really engage with the content through those skills. Again, so regardless of the COVID-19 pandemic, our kids with confidence are still going to graduate and leave us with the skills needed to be successful in life. I think we're seeing that even highlighted more so now with everything going on. Those skills are even more important for our students and for society. So that's embedded in our training, which I don't think is a priority in other districts. It's more traditional just content and post and go. Mike, and then you want to say something?
Yeah, I would like to add, thank you, Jaren, Dr. Freed. This is a great question, and I think a great discussion, because in terms of differentiating our district from others, you know, one of the things that we would all agree upon, that the world is going to be completely changed even after COVID-19 is over. The pandemic has created what many fear is a proactive recession, a long-term recession, possibly depression. Our young people are going to be faced with just tremendous college debt, jobs that are part-time without benefits, and complete industries are being wiped out just right in front of us. So it's really going to be up to our teachers and up to our students to help create, to be innovative, to be project-based oriented, problem solving, and which our kids are doing right now. The COVID-19 Teachable Moment Project. We had over 200 teachers participate in that. Imagine how many thousands and thousands of kids benefited from learning how to solve problems. And out of that problem-solving ability are going to be generated new ideas for entire industries, jobs, and inventions and creations. And they're going to come out of our district. So when we say that we're college, career, and life ready, we mean it. And I'm glad that Darren did double down. We are doubling down on the 5 C's in terms of this training. So I really think that there, as parents shop around, ask other districts, are they doing problem solving? Are they doing project-based learning? Are they doing 5 C's? Are they thinking beyond just the traditional metrics of SAT scores? I really think those days are behind us, and AUHSD is positioned to move forward.
Thank you, Mike. I think that's something that I really wanted to emphasize and make sure that our parents who are listening and watching know that. The other part that I wanted to mention was that the impact on health, right? I think Mike, you and some of our staff have been on the call with Latino Health Access and Healthcare Agency. I am seriously concerned about the zip code related numbers that we've seen in Anaheim and the impact on our students, and how if we were to implement any type of model where students are going to be on campus, we are taking a risk. And I do want to know that we're safe in terms of the precautions that we're taking, but I also want our parents to know that we have to take this seriously. I know I've got a lot of calls from parents who have said like, hey, why don't we get our students to go on campus full time? And to those parents, I say, please take great. And especially numbers in our district, even if you take a look at different cities like Stanton, and Buena Park, and Anaheim, obviously, but even La Palma and Cypress, we got to be conscious of that fact. So I'm glad that we've taken a very big leap into analyzing all of this. But I just want to say that in public because I know I want our parents to be assured that the decisions that we're taking are putting our safety of our students and them as parents, as well as our employees. So thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Jabbar. I'm so glad you brought those questions up because I've always felt that, our e-learning program has been excellent. And so we started really kind of with a leg up in this crisis situation because we had teachers that were doing that already and trained by a nationally recognized teacher. And so I felt that we were shown that presentation a couple months ago, and so I know that it was new to a lot of our teachers. But when you have teachers that have confidence and they're already doing it, it's easier to get that buy-in. A lot of my questions were asked, so I just wanted to talk about really quickly about the how important I felt, Diana, when you mentioned the confidentiality piece, that was so important. I feel we have to make sure that the people that we're getting information from trust us with that information, because we really have to rely on them, self-reporting. And so I really was impressed to hear that you said that. Could you speak on that just a little bit more?
Yeah, so we're legally obligated to protect this private healthcare information that's shared with us. We don't have a choice. We can't share it out. We have to maintain confidentiality of the staff and the students. But at the end of the day, the community is not obligated to let me know. they're obligated to let the Orange County Healthcare Agency know. What we want to work, the reason why we want to work with them and establish a rapport and let them know that we are trained in confidentiality is because that helps us get a leg up on contact tracing. It does me no good if I get the information 4 or 5 days later from the Orange County Healthcare Agency. It helps us to mitigate the spread and isolate people when I get that information literally within an hour of the time that they were contacted by their loved one that they tested positive. So I stress at the very beginning of the contact with the employee. I remind them that I'm a confidential employee. I remind them that I am trained in protecting their personal health care information and that it will not be disclosed to anyone. And that goes a long way. But it's not just me imparting that information. It's actually legally required of me to do so.
That's an important piece, that they do have to report that to the Orange County Health Department. I just overheard a phone call yesterday, and I wanted to stop and say something. This gentleman was on the phone talking to somebody and talking about how he has flu-like symptoms, but he's going to keep going to work because he's got to work. I know. I know, it was just, what are you thinking? You know, and so we have protocols in place, we have systems in place, and we're going to treat you with the utmost respect and kindness. You know, this isn't something you did, you know, you didn't cause. Hopefully you're maintaining the distancing, and there's so much that I've learned this week also about kind of what we don't know about the general things we're hearing about hand washing. And, you know, you think everybody knows how to wash their hands, but they're not doing it properly, and they're forgetting. You know, we'll wash our hand and then we'll go pick up our phone, and we'll forget to wash our phone or clean our phones off. And as you said, Mrs. Smith, our devices, I mean, those are probably the dirtiest things, you know, around. But families, they think that, oh, we can just go and have family parties, house parties, that families aren't infecting each other. And that's really, we're finding, is the biggest culprit in the spread. And even how we're taking masks off and then putting them back on with our hands. They're supposed to be taking them off. There's so much information that we still are learning, as Catherine said. And so I really appreciate this robust conversation. I also had heard on another call that a district was not even going to take temperatures of students before they got on the bus. And so they're on the bus infecting the driver, they're infecting the students, and then they would take that temperature. So we're adding another layer of protection before our students are even getting on the bus. I love the fact that you're going to give out a handbook or what are we calling them to our students, planners, with all of that information. That's fabulous. And that we're conducting the parent component and parent training as well. I think that is so important. I found out that John Hopkins has a 6-hour course. I'm going to take that just for my own reference, because there is so much to learn about this. But thank you so much for all of your hard work and diligence. I have every confidence that we're gonna get through this, and we're gonna make sure that we have everyone's best intentions and safety in mind. So I just want to thank each and every one of you. And just one thing, if Orlando is still on the line, can you just kind of give us a quick update on how many meals we've served so far? And thank your staff, because they've just been tremendous.
I sure can. As of yesterday, we served over 827,000 meals.
Wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Bless you. Bless you, bless you. Thank you. I'm wondering if we can't get some monies from the city, that COVID money. Maybe we need to look into that. We do know a councilman, a few of them, right? So thank you so much. And I guess with that, we can move on to our agenda, our next item. the 7.2 Carnegie Learning. I just want to say before you give your presentation, Jaron, that I just want to apologize for myself, for staff, if we said anything that offended you as far as saying something to the effect that you were inept or while you were struggling with this program. I'm sorry if that was you felt it was an intentional misrepresentation of how we felt. We don't feel that way, and I can guarantee you that staff does not feel that you are inept. If that comment was made as far as you're struggling, we just know that that there were some situations and issues and comments, and that we were having issues fitting the program and meeting the needs. So I just want to apologize for myself and on behalf of the staff if you felt that was a slight of your accomplishments and your quality of instruction. It was not meant in that use. And so with that, Dr. Freed.
Thank you, Board President Randall Trejo. I appreciate that. Further requests of the board, our team will be presenting, and I promise you it is not quite as lengthy as the last presentation we just had. We will be talking a little bit about the Math Carnegie materials and, of course, the process that was used to select the text. I'd like to thank Mr. Carlos Hernandez, our Director of Curriculum Instruction, along with Julie Spikerman, our Curriculum Specialist, and a few other of our team who will be joining them for the presentation, who put some hard work into this presentation and the work ahead. I do, like last presentation, kind of respectfully request that you hold your questions till the end. I know you have lots of questions. Many of them may be answered in the presentation. Those that are not, by all means, at the end, we'll be happy to have the team address those questions. So having said that, I'm going to go and turn it over to Mr. Hernandez. You're on mute, Carlos.
Thank you, Dr. Freed. If that's okay, I'm going to go ahead and present my screen. Do you see my screen? Just want to make sure that we're able to see that. Great. All right. Well, again, thank you, Dr. Freed. Thank you very much, and good morning, afternoon, excuse me, to the board president, board members of the board, Superintendent Matsuda, cabinet, and our staff, and our community members watching in the virtual world. We appreciate your lens and your voice, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as we move forward. I also want to introduce the members that are going to be my colleagues that will be presenting with me this morning. Our math curriculum specialist, Julie Spikerman, will be with us. Our curriculum specialist for English language services, Diana Fujimoto, will be with us. Our curriculum specialist for students with disabilities, Tracy Olson, will be with us. And then also our director of purchasing and central services, Brad Manami, will be sharing some time with us as well. And again, all in a very brief 15-minute or so presentation. I also know that Dr. Freed will enhance these conversations when appropriate. And so again, thank you. All right. So the presentation overview is in front of you. And again, thank you for inviting my colleagues and I to share with you the following key items that hopefully will answer many of the questions and bring clarity to some of the items related to Carnegie Learning, our math journey, along with understanding how we should and will move forward together with some recommendations. So we've divided the presentation into, as you see there, 4 buckets. The first is understanding the teaching and learning in the math classroom, the math journey, sort of the timeline to present day. Also understanding the Carnegie Learning materials, and then next steps and recommendations which are critical to move forward together. And I'd like to turn this over to Julie Spikerman.
Okay, good afternoon, Board President Randall Trejo, the Board of Trustees, to Superintendent Matsuda, cabinet members, and all the staff and community who are viewing this virtually. Trustees, there are a number of materials that you have been provided with. I will try to identify the things that you might want to focus on at the start. This particular slide will look at the copy of the mathematical practices that you received. Some background. The California Math Framework provides guidance for implementing the content standards adopted by the state board and establishes criteria for evaluating instructional materials for the next adoption cycle. The most recent math framework was approved by the state board in 2013, with the subsequent K-8 materials adoption in 2014. The major shifts in the 2013 math framework were the new California math standards, which have two types of standards to be addressed in math classrooms. The content standards had shifted to what students should understand, not just be able to do. The second type of standard, the standards for math practices, spoke on the dispositions that our math students should be developing to think mathematically. According to the CBE website, the next math framework will be presented to the state board for action in November 2021. The K-8 materials adoption is slated to be held in 2022. The release of the frameworks tends to lead to large-scale revision of the publisher instructional materials as to be aligned to the revised content. Right now, I would like to ask Diana Fujimoto to speak about the EL roadmap. She will be followed by Tracy Olson, who will speak about universal design for learning.
Thank you, Julie, President Randall Trejo, Board of Trustee members, Cabinet members, staff, and community members. As a district, we have worked to build the capacity of our staff to support our English learners through various means, such as the belief modules, which are the blueprints for effective leadership and instruction for our English learners' future, through the EL Task Force recommendations, and most recently by embracing the principles of the English Learner Roadmap. And I believe principle number 2 of the EL Roadmap is most relevant here because it advocates for teaching and learning that emphasizes engagement, interaction, discourse, inquiry, and critical thinking with the same high expectations for English learners as for all students in each of the content areas. In fact, earlier this year, our 5C coaches explored the EL Roadmap's teacher toolkit, and I believe they have done an excellent job delivering several professional learnings and trainings over the years to our teachers around English learner best practices, practices which are then intentionally integrated into a teacher's lesson design. And our district has worked hard to ensure English learners have meaningful access to a full standards-based and relevant curriculum like the Carnegie materials. And I think what I appreciate most about the Carnegie curriculum are the engaging inquiry-based activities embedded throughout, as well as the consistent opportunities for student engagement through collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. And that's 3 out of our 5 C's. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and invite my colleague, Tracy Olson, to speak next.
Thank you, Diana. Good morning, President Randall Trejo and Board of Trustees, Superintendent Matsuda, and Cabinet members, staff, and community members. My name is Tracy Olson. I'm the district's curriculum specialist for students with disabilities, and I'm here to talk to you about universal design for learning in our district. Our district has spent the last few years developing the capacity of our teachers at every site to deliver first best instruction through our 5C coaches, also known as lesson design specialists or LDCs, PLC times, department meetings, site administration teams, school leadership teams, induction workshops, department chair workshops, and at our in-service professional development days. Our Ed Division team created a visual that we refer to as the FBI placemat, where universal design for learning, also known as UDL, is the first step in the lesson design process. It's the first column because it requires the teacher to know every student by name and need. In fact, UDL is in bold and in red on 2 places on the FBI placemat. It is also the umbrella on the FBI placemat, which all other aspects of the lesson design process falls under. Therefore, UDL is not a new concept nor practice within our district. Regarding the Carnegie curriculum, all curriculum requires the teacher to start with UDL, which is to anticipate and implement accommodations and scaffolds as needed in order to ensure that our students have access to grade level standards. This also ensures that our students have a meaningful learning experience based on their individual needs and learning styles. When designing lessons in the inclusion setting, no matter what the curriculum is, we scaffold up Just as in construction, which is where the term scaffold comes from, the purpose of providing a scaffold is to give students access to the standards and rigor that might not have been accessible to them without the scaffolds that the teacher puts in place. We do not water down the curriculum. That would defeat the purpose of inclusion, as this would alter the expectations, standards, as well as the instructional level within the classroom. The Carnegie curriculum lends itself very well for a teacher to be able to make the necessary accommodations to meet the needs of our students. Teachers are able to use the curriculum to provide students with think, write, pair, share activities, sorting activities, jigsaw, and use the graphic organizers that are embedded in that curriculum to make sense of their learning. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'll turn it back to Ms. Spikerman.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Can you go to the next slide, please? Trustees, I'm going to give you a list of the materials that I will reference. The detailed timeline of the decision-making journey since 2012, the October 2013 Math Department Chair Minutes, the 2014 Recommended Materials Comments from the High School Publishers Forum, the 2018 Carnegie Learning Adoption Notes and Recommendations, and the 2018 Teacher Feedback for Revised High School Carnegie Learning. This slide and the next few slides will show a few highlights of the selection of math materials for both junior high and senior high schools. At the start of the process, we focused on junior high, and we had received suggestions for materials that we should review from Dr. David Pawnee, one of our Cal State Fullerton partners of the College in Math and Science. I asked for volunteers to look at the samples from two publishers that Dr. Pawnee had provided. A small group of junior high and senior high teachers came to look at the two products. One of the products was Carnegie Learning Series for middle school and the Algebra 1 text. The junior high teachers present did not care for either sets of materials reviewed. Eventually, we continued the relationship we had developed with UCI Math Project, which created our curricular materials for use in our junior high math classes. One of the high school teachers who reviewed the sample materials felt that the Carnegie learning materials would really make her change her instructional practices in a positive way. After reviewing the integrated math high school materials from Carnegie Learning, 3 high school teachers from Anaheim, Magnolia, and Cypress became interested in piloting these materials. Permission from Ed Division leadership was granted to pilot the Carnegie integrated math materials, beginning in the Math 3 course in the 2013-14 school year. The pilot would continue for 3 years so the students would have the full curriculum in the integrated model. In January 2014, 5 publishers were invited to present their new math materials. Trustees, you have a copy of the review responses. The recommendation at that time was to go with the Carnegie learning materials. Our high school Math 3 and Math 3-4 honors courses would begin to use the Carnegie materials in fall 2014. The pilot was in the second year and would be using the Math 4 materials. Anaheim Union and Carnegie Learning came upon a 5-year continuing agreement to begin in 2014-15 to supply the materials. In 2015-16, Oxford Academy began using the Carnegie Learning math materials in their junior high classes. In 2016, Carnegie Learning submitted their materials to Ed Reports. That feedback provided to Carnegie Learning identified areas that did not meet the high expectations of the Ed Reports criteria. Carnegie used these findings to revise their materials to meet that criteria. When asked, Oxford Academy indicated that they would be willing to use the revised materials, since they were the only ones using the junior high, and that's all it affected at first. By 2017, the high school materials were also revised, and a small group of math teachers were asked to review the materials to determine a recommendation to the math chairs, which would be, should we continue to use the older legacy materials or begin using the revised materials since we still had a contract with Carnegie? In 2018, they made the recommendation to the math chairs to go with the revised materials. Due to the completion dates of the materials, the panel reviewed only the materials for Math 3 and Math 4. A second panel was asked to review the Math 5 text when it was completed. This panel was comprised of Math 5 and Math 4-5 honors teachers who were familiar with the legacy Math 5 text. When I get to the table, you'll see that panels from Cypress, Anaheim, Western, Oxford, and Kennedy reviewed material. And so that what you don't see is Savannah and Loera were set to have reviewers, but they were unable to participate. The trustees were provided with the results of the 2 panels, and then I will get to that slide. I got ahead of myself. Final notes, just to mention some of the things that we have done in the recent times. In 2019, through a grant opportunity, we were able to implement the math learning labs at 4 of our junior high schools. This was created for our teachers to have a time to observe a class in action where the math practices were prominent and to collaborate around lesson planning with other Anaheim Union teachers. In 2019, we had our first Math Educational Summit at Oxford Academy. Carnegie coaches facilitated the workshops. You can see the titles that are on the slide, which were not about the Carnegie materials. They were about those contents that you see on the slide. There was a keynote by the lead author that used the Carnegie materials as samples. Carlos, can I have the next slide, please?
There you go.
Okay, so let's go back to the junior high process. Recall that we used the UCI math project, and we continue to use it through their improvement and refreshing until spring of 2017. All math chairs were provided a link through our agendas to the Ed Report site to look at open source and other materials with high rated reviews. Links to the materials that you see listed, which I took off. Okay, that would be the Engage New York. There was Illustrative Mathematics, and one other that I will get to, I'm sorry. Since Oxford Academy was already using the middle school math materials, those materials were available in hard copy for people to look at. Everybody also had access to the Carnegie Learning Sample Center, where we had a special login that it was for all of our teachers to access. And on April 22nd, the Math Chairs meeting consisted of an interactive presentation by the Carnegie lead writer, Sandy Finocchi, where she answered questions that were proposed to her. And she linked it together with a junior and senior high presentation, and all math chairs were asked to invite one other person. And the reflections are also available. Can I have the next slide, please? Trustees, for this slide, I will refer to the responses after the Carnegie Learning Writer presentation, which I just did. In 2018, some junior high teachers expressed interest in using the Carnegie materials. A plan was made to allow 4 junior highs to pilot the Carnegie materials. 2 additional schools also indicated that they wanted to participate. The opportunity was then offered to all junior high sites. 2 sites declined to participate. Please recall that Oxford was already using the materials, so they were not in a pilot. From the junior high pilot and the high school use of the revised materials, questions arose about some of the strategies and sequences found in the materials. And this is where the questions arose for the presentation that the writer made, that Sandy Finocchi made, that was referenced in the last slide. May I have the next slide, please? Here is the table that shows the breakdown of the sites which had teachers involved in the high school math material selection and review. You notice on the left side is 2014. Every site was required to have their department chair, and they could have at least one other teacher. The only limitations were the amount of subs that we could have, and that was it was on a full day, so they were there a full day. Math 3 and the presentations were then reviewed, and there was a week of materials that were on display, and the teachers who were not able to come to the presentations were able to look at the materials and then also put their review in. you have a copy of those responses. The revised materials were reviewed by smaller groups of people, and they were folks that were familiar with the legacy, they were familiar with the development, and they were actively using the materials in the class. So the right side shows a time period of 2017-2019 because the Math 3 and Math 4 materials were ready before the Math 5 materials were ready, and we were not going to be able to submit to the IMRC with partial materials. So we waited till they were fully published. I will make one noticing for you. On your copy of the slides, it did not have Kennedy. That was a misstep on my part. There was a teacher from Kennedy who was part of the Math 5 materials review. Okay. Next slide, please. There have been some concerns about the consumable nature of the Carnegie textbooks. I would note that this is not the first time that Anaheim Union has used consumable text for math instruction. The UCI math project materials that the junior highs use had 8 to 10 separate units for students and teachers for each grade level during 2013 to 2019. Each student received their own copy of the student pages for each unit. Pages were designed for students to complete tables, write out their observations, and so on. Some of our junior high sites adjusted the size of the pages to fit into student composition books for their own interactive notebooks. There have also been concerns voiced regarding the appropriate nature of using these textbooks with our students who are emerging bilinguals and students with IEPs. I now invite Tracy and Diana to discuss several features that support our students.
Yes, so in looking at the materials through the lens of English learner support, there are a number of built-in scaffolds in the Carnegie material. For example, in the teacher's implementation guide, there is an ELL tip for the teacher to consider. And these seem to revolve mostly around vocabulary, but it does serve, I think, as a reminder to the teacher to provide these necessary scaffolds as well as others to support their English learners. In addition to this, though, there are other aspects which I think are helpful for our English learners, such as the built-in graphic organizers, like the charts, the graphs, tables, T-charts, all of which are very appropriate for math. But there are other visual cues that are consistently embedded throughout the student book, such as thumbs up or thumbs down icons. So whenever a student sees these, they understand what they're being asked to do because it's routine, and predictable structures like these are especially helpful for all of our students, but of course our English learners. And of course, an area of focus for ELs is the academic vocabulary development. And before each lesson, I noticed that students are introduced to content-specific vocabulary, and these words actually live in their consumable along with a lesson warm-up and learning goals. It's all right there for them in one place at the beginning of each lesson, which supports all students, but again is especially important for our English learners. Tracy will now speak to the other 2 bullet points there.
Regarding accessibility to curriculum, there are many advantages to using a consumable textbook for students. Students have a place to write down their notes, capture their thinking, and organize their thoughts based on their learning profiles. Students with visual motor impairments don't have to struggle with copying down the problems from a textbook or from a screen onto a separate piece of paper. The consumable textbook has embedded activities, warm-up structures, and routines that are built in to help students engage and make sense of content, collaborate with others, reflect on their diverse cultures, and prepare themselves for the learning process. Providing a consumable form of instructional materials is a common adaptation that is called for in a student's IEP because it allows for the students to see the notes and study guides ahead of time in order to process the information. Students are able to independently interact with the curriculum material, jotting down notes and marking the text as needed. Students can collaboratively preview the text with graphic organizers, visuals, and illustrations, and they're also able to highlight important ideas and then refer back to them. So there are many benefits to using a consumable textbook for the students with disabilities, but as well as students of all abilities. Thank you.
Okay, if I might address the second question that's come forward. And that is, why don't we use Khan Academy, which can get the better, make same or better results than the Carnegie Learning Mathia program. In short, if we were focused on our students learning and practicing procedures as we did in the times before our newer standards, we should use Khan Academy. It does have standards aligned practice problems. The difference is that the Mathia product leads students in procedures, but also intentionally checks for student understanding of concepts, giving them real-time hints and adapting to meet their changing needs as they gain understanding. Now I'll turn back to Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And I apologize if you hear my chicken in the background. He just laid an egg, so excuse me for that. Very timely on his part or her part. I want to bring to your attention the two following slides that are about ed reports, and you do have these materials previous to these slides, so you were able to see this board. This is the high school slide, and again, to remind us of where these ed reports come from. This is an independent nonprofit designed to improve education by providing reviews of K-12 instructional materials. Their mission is to increase the capacity of teachers, administrators, and leaders to seek, identify, and demand high-quality instructional materials to ensure students at all levels receive an excellent education. So whereas Ed Reports does that is their focus, our California K-12 adoption, their purpose is different. Their purpose is to provide a list of materials that meet minimal threshold of criteria for current math framework. So minimal threshold, this gives us an opportunity to understand which ones meet expectations, which ones partially meet, and which ones do not meet expectations. And so I want to bring your attention to the color. So green is meets expectations with the check mark, it's fully meets. And you see Carnegie Learning along with other instructional materials there compared to each other. So this is important for us to take into account what this means to us. It suggests that material is designed specifically for all in mind. And I want to bring your attention to the usability rating. The usability rating is it's defined as the degree to which materials are consistent with effective practices for use and design, teacher planning and learning, assessment, and differentiated instruction. So all in all, a summary of what Diana, Tracy, and Julie all spoke of just in the previous slide. So again, another lens, a non-biased nonprofit that allows us to suggest that this material is designed for all in mind. This is the following slide is the junior high comparison, the middle school comparison. And so you see the comparison there in green. Again, you see the comparison between Carnegie Learning and other instructional materials. Again, meeting expectations compared to the other colors, orange and red, which meet or do not meet expectations. Okay, and I'm gonna move on to the next slide so we can finish up and get to our next steps. There are two next steps that we want to bring your attention to. One was a recommendation from the board, which is our task force, our math task force. The other is I want to bring Brad Manami in to share the Director of Purchasing and Central Services to share the comparison costs of 1-year and 3-year agreements that Carnegie Learning has proposed that you have in front of you.
Thanks, Mr. Fernandez. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board.
I can't hear.
You can't hear? Can you hear me now?
No.
Brad, it's very soft.
How about if can you hear me now if I talk loud?
It's better.
Okay. I'll try to pull, how about that? What if I pull it really close? Good evening, or good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Trejo, members of cabinet, Superintendent Matsuda, members of the general public. At our last board meeting, there was a discussion about the Carnegie contract and whether we had a 1-year agreement versus a 3-year agreement that was proposed and brought forward. So I immediately got on the phone and
talked with our representatives over at Carnegie to figure out what was actually going to cost if we went with a 1-year agreement versus a 3-year. So what Carnegie did was they put together a proposal for us for 1 year. Looking at the cost of the 1-year agreement, you can see there's a total amount of $888,000 for the first year. What I wanted to point your attention to was in the second year, the subsequent years are subject to price increases. You know, as we know, there's inflation, there's COVID, there's a whole bunch of different reasons why, you know, software and prices obviously increase over years. So I'm just taking a conservative approach and saying that they're actually going to be the same price each year, although it's chances are to be even higher, therefore the savings would be greater. So if we look at our 3-year contract, if we went with the 3-year, we're looking at about $826,000 for the 3-year contract. Within the contract that they proposed to us, there's a $40,000 termination fee. If we were to exercise our right under that termination fee, we'd still be saving $19,743 on that first year. I look at that termination fee, I've been calling it a parachute fee. For them, it's a termination. For us, it's a parachute because we could jump ship and still land on our feet with that parachute and still save $19,743. Now, if you look at the second year, which is 2021-22, the cost, hypothetically, if it was the same cost, it would be $1.77 million. With our existing year contract that we took forward at the last board meeting, we'd be looking at $1.53 million. And even if we exercise the termination fee of $40,000, we'd still be saving $201,052. So as you can see in year 3, the savings actually go even higher. You're looking at 2.66 million. And again, that's assuming that the price doesn't increase, which we know will, versus our existing contract that was bought forward at 2.24 million, for a total savings of $422,000 over the 3-year period. I know the 3-year option seems to be the most reasonable and seems to make the most sense if we were to move forward with the contract with Carnegie. Obviously, it's going to secure the best overall cost savings and the best pricing to the district. 2, we can also enact what I would like to call a parachute clause, although they would say it's a termination penalty. It's more of a parachute clause for us. And also the Carnegie team has committed to work with any of the staff or any of the teachers that are experiencing any problems. They've committed to us that they will actually work with us to help. They're committed, and you know their team has told us that they're all in and they're ready to do whatever it takes to help us get through this process. So, from a cost perspective, I would say a 3-year agreement is the most cost savings that we would see for the district.
Thank you, Brad. And finally, this is our last slide, and then of course open it up for questions. This is the recommendation that for last board meeting. This came up as a recommendation from on behalf of you all. We've designed some potential proposed objectives. This math task force is going to be critical in how we move forward together. I'm hearing the public comments, hearing that we have some work to do in areas to include all voices. We want to bring those voices to the table via the math task force, and that includes teachers, that includes students, that includes administrators and parents. And I want to say that we've had recent conversations with math teachers, and that parent component of supporting learning at home is critical, and that's something that we definitely need to target immediately in terms of the next steps. So having parents and parents' lens is critical. Along with the Carnegie Learning staff, and again, if we're moving forward with Carnegie Learning, they would be included at some point throughout the task force meetings so that they can hear the concerns directly from our stakeholders so that we can address this head on. And the district office staff as facilitators, and then just participants as well. I want to bring back to the objectives. There's 4 key areas that we would want to address, and that is addressing concerns about the teaching and learning of math. And that is via the current adopted textbooks, that is through the lens of the teachers, that is through the lens of the students, that is addressing concerns head on, so that we can move forward together on this, because we need to. Reviewing resources. and this is critical. This again came up through the math teacher conversations that we've had recently, that there are resources out there and tools that we can use to enhance the teaching and learning. And that we said absolutely. And I believe Dr. Fried will talk a little bit more about that, but this is critical. So we want to make sure we review it. We create a systemic way to be able to share it and provide a place for all to be able to share in the learning of those tools that our teachers have researched, that our teachers have found, that are using and are effective. Come to a consensus on recommendations in terms of the new framework, which when that is ready, and that is again what Julie spoke of in the 2021, 2022 timeline. So we need to be prepared for some potential recommendations at that point, and then building capacity around the current math framework, the current mathematical practices, so that we can again successfully teach and learn in the math journey. And that is it for us in terms of our presentation. We thank you, and I'm gonna stop sharing so we can begin our questions here.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I think board, what would be a little bit more fair and equitable to all of us if maybe we just ask one question each, and then we just go around again. It seems like by the time it gets down to the two of us at the end, all the questions have been asked. But so Mr. O'Neill.
Years have we been using Carnegie?
I didn't hear all of that, the whole question, Brian.
How many years have we been using Carnegie?
Julie, do you want to just respond in terms of the number of years for high school and then the junior high?
I'm sorry. I'm looking up. I'm unmuting. I'm looking at the timeline. I'm going to say we did the pilot in 2013 in the high schools, and then I've got to look at the timeline or I'm going to say it wrong. But the high schools began the pilot in 2013. The rest of the high schools then in 2014, and shortly after that, Oxford joined with their junior high, and then 2 years ago. No, last year was the pilot. No, 2 years ago was the pilot for junior high, where we had 6 schools that did the pilot. And last year, all 8 junior highs were using the Carnegie material.
Okay, so we have been using Carnegie in the high school, say 2014, 2015. So we've been using it for 3 to 4 or more years. What has been our progress in improvement in our results coming from the students? Were you able to hear me?
Yes, we heard you, Trustee O'Neill. In terms of progress, in terms of success, so we're talking about academic success, we're talking about assessments, state assessments, or the teaching and learning grades, all of that, is that how?
Maybe have we had success?
Okay.
What about the SBAC? I have a whole list of graphs here of the SBAC test since 2014 and 2015. And according to these, for our high schools, the only schools that have managed to succeed have been Oxford and Cypress. In other words, the SBAC test results are not good. So we have been using this program for 5 years.
And
I'll wait until my turn. I just wanted to say, what about the SBAC?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I was getting there. Yeah, that's fine. From the graph that I was furnished, I guess we were all furnished. And if it is correct, we've had actual decreases over those period of years in student success. So then my question arises, do we have the right program in place? Are the teachers not using it properly? Are the teachers not trained properly? Are the students not receiving it because it is difficult to use? That's all one question.
Carlos, may I add a different metric to consider? When we recently adopted new pre-calculus books and new calculus books, we had an increase in the number of textbooks that we needed because our students are getting to higher levels of mathematics in high school than they had in the past, the last adoption for pre-calculus and calculus. So that is increasing. We've been increasing the numbers of students who are taking AP stats. Students are getting to higher levels. I cannot address the junior highs were using UCI materials until most recently, and I believe the same results. I would attribute that to the changing of the standards and the difficulty in changing our hearts to embrace the mathematical practices for our students, because it requires a very large shift on the part of us teachers.
Okay, I'm very happy with the calculus.
Mr. O'Neill, can we let someone else, and then we'll keep going around and allowing each one of us to ask a question. And
Go. Go for it.
Okay, Mr. Jabbar.
So for me, I think part of it is when I brought this issue up and met with the teachers who brought the concerns, or actually, exchange emails with teachers who actually brought this concern to me. My first and foremost, I was looking at the point of view of a student in terms of English learners, special ed students, how they could be prepared. Number two was our teacher input. I think the teachers are in the trenches, and getting their input to actually make a decision is vital. And I saw the graph which showed, how many teachers from all the school sites were given the opportunity to give input, and then the review section of it, how many staff were available. But this is one of the reasons that I actually asked for that math task force, is because we want to make sure that as a district, we have a vision for math. If our numbers are not doing well, then we need to make sure that we include a district-wide input mechanism where we could bring in teachers who are in the trenches, who are able to give their experience. Now, I get it. Sometimes some teachers might need a little bit extra help, but that doesn't show, for me, from what I spoke to, when I spoke to teachers, it's not what I saw. I saw that every single teacher that I spoke to had legitimate concerns. That's number one. Now, Jaren, I want you to give me a little bit of input. I know that you went ahead and I provided some teachers' names to you, and you included them in a meeting. I think it was yesterday or day before. So, Jaren, can you speak to that meeting? And I know James is online, so I want James to chime in as well. So, Jaren, I'll yield the floor to you to give the board a little bit of an update about the meeting that you had.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Jabbar. So as just a reminder for the board, Trustee Jabbar shared that he had received a handful of emails expressing concerns with the Carnegie learning materials and the process used to select this textbook at the last board meeting. So when I spoke with Trustee Jabbar afterwards, I got the names. Sorry, I got a reminder. I got the names of those teachers and reached out to schedule a meeting with them to discuss those said concerns. And so yesterday, Carlos Hernandez and myself met with those 4 teachers to have that conversation. I do want to publicly shout out to Juan, James, Sean, and Jamie for taking time out of their summer to meet with us and have that discussion. To just give you a brief summary, we did discuss the concerns of the textbook and the process that you were already familiar with. But what we did talk about too is they were very, very understanding of the dilemma that the board is facing regarding the fact that the frameworks are being rewritten right now as we speak. Obviously, there's a fiscal impact in the decision that you make versus a 1 year or a 3 year. And then also the emotional stress it may cause on teachers if we do bring a new textbook in, to retrain them while they're also trying to adjust to just distance learning. So they were very much aware and very empathetic to all those potential factors. So what we did is we came up with a couple of potential outcomes dependent upon what you as a board decided to do. So if you as a board decided to use the Carnegie for the 3-year term, we talked about how we would use the math task force. So the one thing that came out from that meeting yesterday that I think, and James, I'm sure when you talk to him, he'll reinforce that I think was powerful from my perspective when talking with them, is that teachers across the district in general, and I'm now speaking about teachers in general, not math teachers, we always adopt textbooks for any given content. And Trustee Piercy, we had this conversation a few days ago as well. And as a district, even though we have an adopted textbook and the expectations they use that textbook, there is also that professional courtesy that a teacher, if they feel it's appropriate and can better support their student with learning, they do have the ability to bring in supplemental materials to support them with their teaching and learning. And based on the conversation we had yesterday with the math teachers, and I'm not going to generalize and say all math teachers, but I think there was a consensus that a lot of math teachers felt like they didn't have that ability, that they would be perceived as not teaching the curriculum to fidelity, right? That they were not being faithful if they didn't stick only with the Carnegie materials. So I have said multiple times in the past, and I reinforced yesterday, that no, teachers in general, across all content areas, just like they would math, they do have that professional discretion where if they feel like there's another material, like they want to bring in a UCI activity that they had previously that would better support the teaching of a concept, they could absolutely do that. So one of the things that we talked about, regardless of whether it's a 1-year or a 3-year term, is that in the coming weeks, I would send out a letter or a memo to math teachers and to site admin stating just that math teachers, we do trust your professional judgment, and we do want you to use the adopted materials, whatever they may be. But if there is a concept being taught that you feel other materials might better support, you have that professional discretion to bring those materials into the class, like the UCI activity that I mentioned as an example. The other thing that we talked about is how we would use the task force. So with this task force, if a 3-year contract was approved, well, then the task force would use that first year and a half to really work through the learning gaps that the teachers had brought forward with the materials. And that task force would be made up of both junior high and senior high teachers, and we would obviously have to break up into groups based on the conversations. But after identifying those learning gaps, we would then have conversations, bring in best practices, potentially bring in some supplemental materials that would help find resolutions to closing those gaps while we move through the use of the materials. Also, that under the idea of a 3-year approval, once the 1.5 years is done and the frameworks have been completed, as Julie had mentioned, that's typically when the math textbook vendors would be rewriting or realigning the materials with the new frameworks. So what we would do then, once the frameworks are officially approved, we would use this task force to build capacity of our own folks around those frameworks. So when year 3 comes and the textbook companies are ready to start sharing their new texts for us to potentially select as adoption in that at the end of the year 3, we would then use that team to vet and go through that textbook adoption process, where they would have a keen understanding of what those frameworks look like. So when they select materials moving forward, they would be able to select based on the true needs of our students and our staff moving forward with the mindset of what those frameworks are asking of our students. That's how we use that task force if we did a 3-year approval. If we did a 1-year approval, well, then obviously this current year, while we use the Carnegie materials for this year, we would have to aggressively use that task force to look at a new textbook for year 2 and year 3. And the reason why I say year 2 and year 3 is, as I mentioned, with the frameworks being rewritten, we would naturally want to go through a process again at the end of year 3, because then textbooks would have to have that alignment with the new frameworks. So we would have to go through that process next year and that process in year 3. And then that's what we would use to select the textbook moving forward long-term at the end of year 3, when textbooks have rewritten or aligned their materials to those new frameworks. We also spoke yesterday a little bit about who would serve on the task force. We talked about the different groups, like obviously department chairs, probably bringing 1 or 2 additional teachers to the table. We talked about parents as well being a part of that process, because one of the complaints about the materials this time around is that parents struggle with how to help their kids with math, because as you all know, the shift with Common Core, although it's not just about the procedural piece that Julie spoke to, it's also about the conceptual piece. And because the parents aren't in the classrooms when the instruction is happening, they sometimes struggle with how to help their kids when they're just looking at the math textbook alone. So that's one of the things that we talk about next time, is that we would definitely want parents to be a part of that process, because moving forward, we don't know what those frameworks are going to specifically ask for, but it's likely the materials may be similar where we need to get their input, so the parents also feel comfortable that these materials would be a support to them in helping kids moving forward. I will say that I appreciated the conversation with them yesterday. I thought it was a positive and productive meeting. I'll yield to James if he wants to add his 2 cents to how he thought the meeting went yesterday. And of course, Carlos was a part of that meeting as well.
So, hi, everybody. Hi. So, nobody can ever talk faster than Jaron, but Jaron actually did a great job of summarizing the meeting yesterday. We were all very excited on the math teacher side about the discussion and the direction that it wants to go to get more voices into the math curriculum. For years, has been kind of an issue in our district, and we've seen task force to attack the problem that EL students are having, and the SPED task force to address those issues. And for something as important as math to not have that equity piece, to have this group moving forward is a win-win, I think, for everybody. And Aaron did a great job of listening to our concerns yesterday, and the task force, I think, is a great idea. And what I like the task force is it could discuss so many different topics, and I think it could be a very fluid situation, and I think it's something that we'd want to keep in perpetuity. But definitely we're very appreciative of the changes that are being talked about. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James. Ms. Piercy?
Okay, first of all, I've spoken to several teachers. I talked to about 8 different teachers, because I feel we have failed to keep in touch with our teachers. The teachers are the ones on the ground working with the kids. And I mean, I'd like to say, we've got all these curriculum specialists, and we've got, lesson design specialists, but how many of them are actually in the classroom working with the kids? All right. We're losing touch with the ones that are actually doing the work. They have not had the ability to speak about this. Okay, first of all, I got letters from different teachers, and one of the initial teachers who did the initial high school pilot is saying now that 6 years later, teachers and students are still struggling with this curriculum. He said, what we learned from the pilot was that students seemed to have an improved vocabulary, but they could not do much math using pencil and paper. So I'm sorry, it may be highly rated by that reports situation, but I also feel one does not fit all. In other words, one solution, one thing doesn't fit everybody. And this is great for Oxford. Oxford is doing great. And he also sent all the SBAC results, and graphs for the last 5 years, and they're pathetic. We have not made much gains in 5 years, if any, and actually we've lost, except for Cypress High and Oxford. Now, unfortunately, Kennedy was not in this list. But if everybody would look at these SBAC, reports, and for standards met or exceeded, those nearly met and those not met, we've gone backwards. Okay. Carnegie Learning may be a great program for Oxford, but not for all the schools. And I was really concerned also about our junior highs, because there was supposed to be a pilot done in the junior highs. To me, pilot means you're trying something new. Everybody is going to give opinion about what's going on. And from what I heard from the teachers, they had no opportunity to express their opinion. Now, the last 2 schools to do this, the ones that held out originally, were Dale and what was South, I think. Anyway,
Sycamore.
What? Sycamore?
Dale and Sycamore were the last two to join.
Okay. All right. So they had 1 year, and then suddenly it's going to be adopted for the next 3 years. So in other words, but what I heard from the teachers was we had no opportunity to give our input. So it was being decided by those who were running the show that this is great, but no input from the teachers. And I hope that now we're realizing that, and we're going to have a task force. But in the meantime, why should we spend $2.5 million for another 3 years of a program that our teachers are struggling with or have literally picked apart and used a little bit here and a little bit there, but not to the extent that the book is supposedly, or the whole course is supposed to be used. I have the books here, and I see where some of them, they take out the pages as they use them, but, I don't know, I'm sorry, I just don't think this program is that great. And I don't see going another 3 years. I don't have any question. I have comments, in other words, and I was just, and I did a lot of investigating. I called teachers and I talked to them. I called department chair and I talked to them, and I had others call me, and I even got a set of these books. These are horrendous, these kids. And then those books are so big, we've got to keep them in the classroom and tear pieces out because these kids can't carry them back and forth. Even if they did take them home, parents couldn't understand what's going on without the teacher. And now we're going to give all these lessons and helps to the teachers. Where was that 5 years ago? Where was all the help that, they were supposed to be giving, at a new program? It wasn't there. Okay, I've said enough.
Thanks, Ms. Piercy. Did you want to address that, Tracy?
Yes, that Trustee Piercy, thank you for your input. I do want to add that I was in the classroom during the year of the pilot. So there was actually the last year that I was in the classroom before I transitioned to the district office as a curriculum specialist. Orange View Junior High was one of the schools that volunteered to be a pilot junior high school. And the department chair brought along the entire math department. It was a PD day, and I don't remember the name of the person that came out from Carnegie, but we were there with, I believe, 2 other schools. And the discussion was, hey, we're going to see if this is something that we would want to transition to. At our site, we were currently using the Irvine Math Project, which we loved. It was very hands-on. We had students that never really did well in math, expressed to us how much they ended up liking math, because to teach proportions, you had to make lemonade. There was a lot of hands-on and kinesthetic type of activities. So we were really coming into this workshop with critical lenses to see if this would be something that we would want to pilot. And by the end of the workshop, as a team and as a school site, we were floored by the presentation and the adjustability of the curriculum and how it lends itself so well. I do agree that initially that gigantic consumable textbook was a total turnoff. I was like, there's no way that our students are going to be, taking this back and forth to and from school. However, to accommodate for that, we just had them take out each part that was needed unit by unit and keep that part in the classroom. Also, regarding the data that you have, I'd be interested to see the breakdown of the student groups to see if EL and SWD has either sustained or maybe even possibly made some gains, because within the last 5 years, we've had our SWD task force as well as our EL task force, which has targeted some things that were not in place to support our students of greatest need, such as progress monitoring and systems for collaboration, systems at the sites for there to be co-teaching curriculum planning so that these accommodations can be thought of ahead of time, not after the fact that the lesson has been executed. So I just wanted to let you know that in my experience, when I was in the classroom, we happened to be one of the schools that were asked to see if we wanted to pilot, and And I felt like I had a pretty fair share of saying yes or no. And I believe our SBC teacher, who's now at Gilbert, but he was an SBC teacher at Orangeview, was also present, because we wanted to make sure that we had a curriculum that would be as strong as the Irvine Math Project, because we had been so successful with the last curriculum. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you were successful, Tracy. That's good. And, you know, and there are successes. There are teachers that have been successful. But when we have 200 teachers across the district and a lot of them are not successful, a lot of them are not happy, something needs to change. And, you know, and this is where, as a trustee, I don't know everything, but I certainly, and this information I got as far as the graphs I just got yesterday. And so, and I looked at that and I'm going, oh my goodness, okay. But from the ones I had talked to before and the comments, I just feel it has not been, there's not been the teacher input that should have been there. In other words, the ones on the ground doing it, there were not enough of them speaking into this. In other words, and they're the ones that have to use it. So that's I'm going to say, but there are some that have been very successful. We got an example, and Julie sent us something to watch of a teacher in the classroom. Well, she's obviously successful. Okay, some are, and a lot of them are semi-successful, but you know, it's just, I don't know, too difficult, I think.
No, I really want to acknowledge all of the work by everybody here. But you know, and this is lessons learned for all of us. Even those teachers now that are saying, "Hey, how come I wasn't asked?" They you know, people are asked all the time, and whether they volunteer or think ahead, like, "Hey, this is real critical," right? That's one thing. I mean, that's not just math, but it's, you know, with textbook adoption, it's usually the usual suspects who volunteer for textbook adoption. And then people start, you know, oh, I didn't have a voice. Well, you know, this is a lesson learned for everybody going forward. And I'm not talking to just, I'm not going to defend Carnegie or anything like that, but I think a lot of the challenge nationally has been with the Common Core math standards overall. Mm-hmm. And so I think that a lot of teachers, math teachers in particular, are struggling with this across the state of California. The math scores and the SBAC scores are flat, are even down across the state, especially if you look at our demographics. So, you know, that's something that we look at. We look at when we compare any of our scores, ELA or math, we look at like districts, right? And it's very disturbing. I would agree with you, Trustee Piercy, that it is disturbing. I think a number of people are concerned about this. But I think the bigger picture is understanding the shift expected with the Common Core math standards. So, which is more literacy based, right? I remember back in the day when I was doing math problems, the hardest ones were the story problems. And those story problems, you had to deeply understand the concept to apply whatever that was, you know, whatever concept to the story, you know, the actual it was like applied math. That was what was going on. But those were the hardest for most people to do, with story problems. And I think one thing in the Common Core math standards that we're seeing is a lot more applied math, integrated math, and applied math. When we say integrated math, it's also trying to break up this thinking that it has to be Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, right? Because if you think all of us went through that sequence, and if you look back on it, why is it that what does one have to do with the other, like, you know, geometry with Algebra 2? I mean, I'm not a math person, but that's kind of what Common Core has attempted to do, is integrate across some of these areas. And I think this is going to be the same challenge with science as well. Science is more of an integrated approach, right? We have physics, biology, right? Geology, right? And so forth. And now people are talking about more integration of these math and science. So I think that even if we were to start all over again, and who knows, maybe we might have to do that, That's going to be the challenge, is whether our teachers, our math teachers, to what extent are they willing to embrace the Common Core math standards? And I think that's a challenge across the state of California.
And I just wanted to clarify in terms of just the program. We have not had the full program for 5 years in terms of the high school. We started using Mathia just last year. The Mathia structure and the way it's built, and just to enhance the SBAC piece, is it's built similar to and designed similar to the SBAC. So, it could help practice in terms of the SBAC piece. And Mathia, we started last year, and only 2,500 users, but that was our first year. This year, the plan is, or still is on the table to expand district-wide. So I just wanted to add that piece in terms of the materials.
Can I add there too, that when I spoke to all these teachers, the one good thing they had to say in every case was Mathia. They liked Mathia and they felt it was very good. Okay, so Mathia is great. I don't know about the rest of it, but they really like that. So why don't we look at something like that?
Just a clarifying question. Mathia is a supplement. It's not a curriculum.
It's an online program, where they do problems and they cannot go on until they master the one that they're working on. So it progresses them. So
we have something similar in the elementary school district, and it's more like a supplemental, not really the curriculum. It's just kind of to enhance your practice.
Right.
Yeah,
it's a good enhancement. I mean, but it doesn't.
Yeah, Ms. Olson.
I don't know if it has to be or not.
I also wanted to address the parents struggling with helping their students at home. So that happened as soon as we shifted to Common Core, because the standards changed. And so one of the ways that we had to remedy that was to flip the classroom. We started video recording our homework assignments so that the dialogue between parent and student at home would not be so, it wouldn't be negative, so that the parent felt like the kid could go over their homework assignments and then review, watch and rewatch. And that just kind of started out because we were constantly tutoring students after school and realized that was not a sustainable way. But I want to say that even before Carnegie, that was an issue. Is parents were calling us very upset, calling administration, saying that what is this math? I'm telling my kid this is how I did it when I went to school, and I don't know what you're doing. And so we had to really defend ourselves and let them know that there were adequate amounts of supports that and if we told the parents to hey, make sure your kid checks their notes. Well, they didn't take any notes. So what am I supposed to go off of? So we really had to adapt and make it so that it was something that the kid had access to our instruction, even from the home, because we can't assume that the parents have the training in Common Core. So I do want to validate the fact that Common Core math homework is difficult for parents to help the child with in general, because it's not something that we went to school learning. It just has more abstract, and it goes around and around, explain why, draw a picture why, and tell us different reasons why, and it has more to do with conceptualizing and making sense of the math problem, not necessarily just solving it and calculating.
I agree entirely, but also, and I think we have to remember this now, because we are going to be going to a hybrid education where kids are going to be doing a lot of work at home, and parents are going to try to help them. And if there's nothing in a book or a workbook to help them, how can they help the kid? Now, I will say that my high school grandson, when he hit 9th grade, and I was making him come to my house after school to do his homework, and I'm trying to make sure he does it, and I'm trying to help him with math, and I'm going, oh, okay. And so I understand the frustration of the parents, because you're right, it's not the same thing anymore. But you need something that's going to let you know what the whole aim is. In other words, and if they don't have something that explains it, so how can they help their kid? So, and the online videos is another thing. We're going to have to go to more of that. I agree.
President Randall
Madam Chair, does Kathy get an opportunity to ask a question?
Yes, she does.
Thank you. I would like to speak. I am very, very sympathetic to what Anna has spoken to. And if the Carnegie program works for Oxford, maybe it should stay there. But I think we are failing our communities. We are failing education, because anybody that can count 1, 2 knows that math is a very difficult subject for most people. They don't grab onto it like they do a paintbrush. And I think that now that we've reduced our graduation rates to a 1 point, we need to really go back and redraw and rethink what we are doing for our society. I think we have failed, and it's appalling to me. And I am so grateful this subject came up as a matter of discussion. I read the material that was given to me. I've listened and I've heard, and I too have spoken to people that work in the district. And I can tell you, it is just an aberration. It needs to be abolished and restarted. End of subject for me.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Spikerman, did you have something to say?
Yes, in the conversation about giving help to families to support the students, and I believe it is every topic in the content, there is a family guide. There's a whole page that explains the concepts that are being addressed, and it is written in non-mathematical language. It's a narrative and explains what the students will be learning. And that is in every single student textbook that the parents should have access to.
Thank you. We'll go around again. Mr. O'Neill?
I'll pass at this point.
Mr. Jabbar?
Yes. So my questions are, one, I mean, as a matter of practicality, I think we're into this whole procedure of going into looking at a new textbook. One of the reasons that I wanted Jaren and James to chime in is to look at what we're faced with right now, right? We have a situation where we have to approve either a 1 year or a 3 year and take a look at what we are planning on doing in the future. I'm glad that we have the task force at hand. Now, my question is, have we looked at surrounding districts as to what they are using for math?
Well, I could say one thing, that many of the surrounding districts are using more traditional pacing guides, and that might be something that we look at from the district level. I mean, it's very traditional in terms of the pacing guides and sort of the district benchmarks, right? Because and we would do this in collaboration, I think. I mean, these are, things we have looked at that. And the question is whether our folks and our teachers, whether we want to go in that direction, Mr. Jabbar.
But what is the curriculum, or what is the textbook that they're using is my question.
Well, I haven't seen too much of the textbooks. My kids just graduated from Placentia Yorba Linda, and their textbook is a very traditional textbook. I do have a friend down the street who teaches in Buena Park Junior High, and all they do is direct instruction. He basically told me. So we're way ahead of the game. And I've heard a lot of comments today, and one of the comments I disagree most is that we're not, the teachers aren't prepared to do the shifts in our district. We started the shifts over 6 years ago with UCI, and we are very adept at not doing direct instruction, or very minimally, and we're not like floundering with that. So the issue that we're having right now is not really the shift so much, it's other curricular pieces that we could use and the level of the book. So I do disagree with the fact that, you know, the comments that we're not prepared for the shifts and everybody's struggling. We're way ahead of the game. I think we're ahead of everybody else, and we really do offer the best programs, I think, in the county at least.
Okay, Ms. Piercy?
I think I've said enough. I mean, but I just, my big thing is, stop laughing, Jaron. Okay, my big premise is one size does not fit all. Okay, and I've just heard too many teachers that are not in favor of it, and they've had to adjust so much they're really not even using the Carnegie learning. I mean, I had one teacher say she collaborated with another teacher and they made up their own lessons based, using it as a framework and a starting point, but they really were not using that workbook as a book. So we need something, where most of our teachers will find it usable. Now, a lot of them like the UCI. Come on, the UCI project, I thought that was terrible when I walked into a classroom and saw all those packets instead of a textbook. But the teachers put that together and they were using it, and it was the Common Core idea. So, for a lot of them now, and I heard some of these comments, we thought it was bad until we got Carnegie Learning. And so they're going back and seeing it wasn't that as bad. But there's other solutions. In other words, we have good teachers there, and some of them have spent a lot of time trying to adapt Carnegie Learning, but are still struggling. The kids are struggling. In other words, it's not, the teachers too, but I just don't think it's a good fit for all the schools. And like Catherine said, maybe, Oxford's doing great with it. So leave it at Oxford, but that's the only, they could keep it.
Catherine, did you have any other questions?
No, I think I've said it. Abolition is my opinion for the grand group, and that if Oxford does well, then that's just fine. And we need to rethink it, and I think that society is suffering. I did hear one mother report. She had 4 students in 4 different grades, and she was just flummoxed because she could not work with them at their different math problems in their classroom. So, end of my speech.
Okay, so I've heard a lot of my questions were. Mr. Jabbar, did you have another question?
Well, I mean, no. If you have questions, go ahead. I have a few questions after you're done. I could answer.
I too had the concerns about the fidelity in which all of the sites were being asked to give input. I didn't think that it was acceptable to just not have 2 sites, not be a part of it. It was kind of like, oh, you don't want to join in, so just let it go. Well, I just don't. I don't think that's acceptable. I heard a lot of concerns from teachers that said that there were folks that were kind of handpicked, and whether or not that's true, when people feel things, it's their feeling. And so I'm really pleased to hear, Jaron, that you did talk to, the folks that brought up the concerns. I also want to, give a shout out there that, let's not wait until there's an adoption and the board has to choose between, saving money and not, because it's really a difficult decision for us, especially right now when, we need every single penny saved. it's just kind of a really difficult position to put everybody in. I understand, you know, you felt the need, and I'm glad we're having this absolutely robust conversation that we really needed to have. So, you know, let's all take responsibility for our parts. Just know that the board is here anytime. Anytime you have issues, please come to us. If you felt that you couldn't reach anyone else at that level, and try to come, you know, before. There's this. We're sort of kind of in a crisis period right now. That I've heard of that there are a lot of gaps. And so what I'm hearing is that you talked about fixing those gaps and allowing folks to use other materials to supplement. What I am hearing as well is that Carnegie may be the best out there being offered, because this is, so that's what I, you know, what we don't know. So it, you know, looks good on paper, you know, but then the application. So I think that most of my questions were addressed, and it's frustrating that we had to come to this point in time. I think that we have excellent math teachers, just like we use, you know, Kelly Gallagher for our writing journey. I feel like this is almost in the sense that we need to really inspire some of our teachers to really get together and fix the situation. Because maybe it's not just a program that we're needing. We need just a whole recalibration of the math department, and looking through the lens of our EL students and our special needs students. So so that's all I have to say on that. Mr. Jabbar?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it again, going back to the practicality of it. James mentioned that we're far ahead of other districts in terms of what we're doing with math. And so my questions now lie in terms of, as a board member, not only making sure that, you know, taking into consideration our students and our teachers, but also being fiscally responsible in terms of approving a contract to implement this for the next 3 years or 1 year or whatever it is. I know that the board is in, you know, we have different points of view, but what specifically what I want to get to is, if we are to implement, and this, I guess this question goes to James, because you know, you and I have talked about it for a lot in terms of this discussion, and you were part of the meeting yesterday with Manuel. Jaron. My question is, if we were to do this for 3 years, because again, I'm going back to the also the highlighted point of that the state is actually looking at rewriting the standards. So if you are to do this for 3 years, James, with the understanding that you have with Jaron, where we're getting more input from teachers, is that a viability for teachers to work with what we have?
Well, one of the biggest that a lot of teachers have had for the past few years is that teachers were afraid to vary at all from the curriculum. It was stressed that we needed to do the curriculum with fidelity, and if you tried to do innovative things, sometimes that always wasn't really welcome. So we expressed that to the group yesterday, and with the letter that Jaron was going to write about how teachers can use their best judgment to modify the curriculum, to supplement the curriculum with different activities along the same lines as Common Core. For example, some of the UCI quote activities aren't as engaging or are way more complicated than the Carnegie could do, but you could go back in your toolbox and you could utilize a UCI activity, or you could find something online. And we also thought about how if we had that, you know, the Carnegie Learning for 3 years, we would also be able to build some sort of library of activities that we could share And you could say, you know what, if you don't want to use this activity, then you could use this, you know, and it would still be Common Core. It would still be the shifts. It would still be the 5 C's and everything we want out of education today. So we were all very excited about that.
You know, if
So
I could,
did
if
that
I
answer
may,
your question?
yeah. One of the things that I want to stress too that I think is really important. Remember, right now the standards and the mathematical practices, that's the curriculum, right? The Carnegie materials, that is a tool. That is not the curriculum. That is something that was intended to support teachers and students in getting access to the standards and the frameworks. So when I talked to James and the others yesterday, and that's when that conversation came up, because you know we have to trust our teachers that they're gonna teach to the standards, and that's a non-negotiable, right? That's what our charge is to do. But when a teacher is in front of their students and they feel like I can bring this material in as a supplement, and this is going to better support me in helping my kids, we got to trust that they're going to make that judgment on the best behalf of their kids and going to do that. Just like we would with English or history or science teachers. They do that all the time. But in one of the conversations we had yesterday, the math teachers felt like they didn't have that autonomy or that flexibility that other teachers in other content areas had. And I know I have been saying, and James has heard me say it multiple times over the years, that of course you have that autonomy, that flexibility. The standards are what you can't waver from, right? That's the non-negotiable. And the textbook is the tool that supports that. So I would agree with you, James, and with Trustee Jabbar, that if hypothetically, for those reasons that you mentioned, you went with the 3 years, the teachers can still bring in additional materials while we're building capacity around the new frameworks moving forward, if that's what you decided to do. Otherwise, we got to go through a textbook adoption process now, and then in year 3 again.
And so that also leads me to the other question, right? I mean, I know that, Jaren, I think you mentioned that you were going to send out a letter to also the site administrators talking about the fact that, you know, teachers will have this autonomy to use, right? Correct?
Yeah, so in that letter, we go to the teachers and the site administrators. But and just like anything, when we have an approved textbook, obviously it's expected they use it, but then they make their judgment based on what they're teaching if they want to bring in those supplemental materials. But yeah, that would go out to both the math teachers and their site administration.
And aside from that, I just want to, you know, caution our admin team. Whenever we talk about, you know, teachers, I think that we have a really good set of teachers. Yes, like all districts, we have challenging teachers, and then we have teachers who are, you know, mediocre. But I happen to believe that we have some of the best teachers in our district. But at the end of the day, when this goes back to what Anna mentioned, I think getting input from the folks who are in the trenches is very, very important. I go back to my community college days when I was part of the student government body. We talk about shared governance. And I think, you know, having that concept, I want to recommend that if we are having a math task force, besides the admin team picking and choosing teachers who are, you know, doing well or, you know, showcasing and bringing them into, which is important, into a committee, ask the leadership to say, like, look, we're putting this task force together. We want you to send some names for teachers to be a part of the committee, which allows to be a shared burden of looking at it and making sure that we're making a decision together. Then we won't be in this situation where we're discussing the, you know, adoption or non-adoptability of a textbook with all these issues going on because we have teachers reaching out to the board. It technically should come, that reaching out should have been done at a site level to the admin team going that route. I, again, like Anne Marie said, we are all open to hear it out. And I'm glad that, you know, teachers trusted to reach out to me to, you know, have this conversation. But we need to make that a practice in terms of every process that we take. Having said that, I want to go back to, because we have to make a decision as to what we're going to do. Are we going to do the 3 year or 1 year? I want to get a collaboration from, I guess, James and Jaren, kind of giving us a nudging to say, like, all right, well, you know, I think we could work together in a 3 year, or I could work together in a 1 year. Because I think at the end of the day, we got to take a look at the dollars and cents as well when we make this decision.
Trustee Jabbar,
Yeah, Al, I like to. I'd like to chime in on that one. So we have the 1 year and the 3 year. If we have a task force put together to develop ideas for the future, that's not going to change the writing in the textbook, whether it's a 1 year or 3 year, is it? Because
No.
Carnegie's going to book, and it's not going to be dependent upon anything that we tell them, or is it?
No. If this task force, what it would do is it would bring those identified gaps to the table. And Carnegie, because if it was hypothetical, if you had approved a 3 year, I would imagine they're going to be incredibly responsive because they're going to want our business at the end of year 3, and they're going to need to make some of the changes and get the feedback while we're using it. But what this would allow also is what James was talking about. It would allow some of the flexibility of bringing the best practices along the way, because regardless of whether we use Carnegie just for the 1 year, 3 year, we're going to have new frameworks in 2 years. So we're going to have to be, all textbooks are going to be readjusting anyways. So for me, at least fiscally, right, it would make sense for a 3 year with that task force to really support the teachers moving forward with the materials and get Carnegie that feedback so they can make the adjustments. Whether we use them or not after year 3, that's to be determined. That's kind of where I see it.
Just to add to that, and I think Mathia hasn't been used as as it can potentially be to enhance what is things that our students are struggling with. So that's another component that we can look at, and then we can help our staff understand the value of the Mathia piece.
Okay, can I ask a question here? What happens if we don't approve anything? What do we do if we don't, let's say, purchase Carnegie Learning for 1 year? What do we do?
Well, let me speak to that. As much as there are issues with the Carnegie Learning, there are some teachers who kind of know that maybe there are some issues we have with it, but by the same token, if we don't have anything at all, that's going to cause way more stress, kind of like Jaren said, for the teachers. So, I mean, we're committed. The math teachers want a voice. That's all we've ever wanted. And we're committed to work with a 1 year, with a 3 year, or whatever. But I think not doing it for 1 more year, that would just be a disaster.
Okay, all right. And in the meantime, Mathia. Okay, let's get more Mathia usage, because I heard that was really good.
President Randall.
James, what do you think is?
Oh, that was Brian.
What frame to put together a task force and come up with some ideas?
Well, the task force.
Well,
go ahead, Carlos. You want to talk to it?
I know that all three of us have probably the same response. We're starting effective, August. And so as soon as we move forward, we can begin the invitation. We can work with ASTA. We can work with our sites. We can, the letter will be coming out from Dr. Freed's office. So it is going to be pretty quick to be able to move. And then on a monthly basis, we are meeting and we are, talking about specific concerns and moving on those concerns. We're not waiting around. I mean, it's in a month.
Yeah.
Can I also add something? That when we start this task force, okay, let's make sure we give teachers the opportunity to respond, because telling them the book is in the district office, go look at it. They're busy, they're grading papers, they're doing stuff, and they forget to go in, especially if they're on the far side of the district or they live a far distance away. Let's make opportunities to get the stuff to them, not tell them to, when you find time, go here. That doesn't work very well.
I'd like to hear from James.
I lost my train of thought, but one of the things about the task force that I like is we can bring up concerns that are underlying besides textbooks. For example, we have our English language learners, and they are not given the regular English curriculum. Yet we have some really immense gaps in some of our students' education and really severe needs, and they're put in this program, which we've kind of shown is challenging, that pretty much Oxford and the West Side are having success, and you put a student who's really struggling in that class, that's not a good fit. And we're not looking to just track the student or put them in remedial classes, but there has to also be some sort of honest look at where our students are and how can we best help them. We have to give them equity, and just putting them in the one class that we've been doing is not equity, because they all have different needs and some of them have severe needs. But you know, we're excited about this task force, and I think as soon as that's going, it'll get going quick.
Thank you, James.
I think we should start that yesterday.
It was. That's great. It's good to hear, James, that you're involved in this conversation. I think, you know, you're the voice that counts right now in this. I'm going to do something that's going to make everybody upset, but I'm going to add one more caveat to this, because I want every rock to be looked under. I disagree that if we choose a program for 3 years that they will work harder. I feel like if we choose them for 1 year, that they would work really hard for the rest of our business, and that they would, you know, they would really want. And I feel like, you know, if we're working with them, that they would want to incentivize that for a couple more years. And I feel like, you know, they probably would go down in the price if, you know, and I know that's stress on everybody. We want to just get this done. But, you know, Brad, in your talks with them, you know, how amenable do you think if we're telling them that, you know, we're having these issues and we're thinking of not using them in the next year?
So honestly, because if you look at what I presented in the 3-year contract, we have that. Remember, I mentioned that parachute clause. So in reality, they are coming down in year 2 and year 3 of the contract. They've come down, I think it was over $100,000 each year. So let's say hypothetically, and that's why I want to bring up the fact that, you know, I don't know if we should struggle as much with 1 year versus 3 year, because we can get out after this first year. You can still continue to move forward as you wish, looking at something else, if that's what we choose. You know, hopefully that's not, but it is. We can still back out of it with still saving, you know, close to $20,000. So they already are coming down in their second and their third year by well over $100,000 for us. So will they come down more? No. I think in my presentation I mentioned too, you know, the cost of software and cost increase usually. So as costs increase, they're going to pass it to us. So if we went 1 year, it could be $888 that first year. It'll probably be close to the same, if not maybe a little higher the next year. So, you know, look at it as we can, you know, quote, I call it parachute, because for us it's a parachute, for them it's a penalty. But it allows us to sort of come out of this contract, you know, let's say after the first or the second year.
So they really will work hard with us because we can get out of it in a year.
Yeah. So that, yeah, they do. They really are. Like, I have him online with me, and he's texting me, talking about how they support us and everything they're going to do to help us out.
Okay.
And they've committed to work with us and our teachers and our staff. They're talking about Matthew and how good it's been working in other districts, and how it'll work well with us. So yeah, I'm, you know.
Okay, so I think, yeah, that's.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
I have a question for Jaron. If we went with 1 year, what are we going to do for year 2 and year 3? What textbook or program are we going to be going with? Because in year 4, we're going to have a new adoption, right?
That's why we were recommending the 3 year, because if we were to go with the year 1 and just do the Carnegie for this next year, the reality is we can find something as a whole for year 2 and 3, but then because the frameworks will have been completed in the middle of that year 2, year 3, we're going to want to go through the process anyways again, because all textbook companies are going to be rewriting their books to align to those new frameworks. So for us, that's why it made sense to keep with Carnegie. As Brad mentioned, if Carnegie's not responding to the concerns that brought up through, let's say, the task force, well, we have the ability to, as Brad used the word parachute, we have the ability to remove ourselves from that contract.
Okay,
So that's why for us it made sense to do the 3 year, because it gives us the out if we want it. But then with the framework, we're gonna have to go through the new project.
Thank you.
And can I just add that I know Carnegie is going through a textbook design, and they are inviting you know, teachers. I mean, they're going to be working with us. They know that our Anaheim, you know, teachers will be at the table helping develop and designing the textbook. So just wanted to keep that.
Fantastic. Anna, your mic's not on.
Oh, so everything is in flux. In other words, so they're going to be changing their book, and, you know, I don't want to go another 3 years. Okay, James, because you said it'd throw teachers into a tizzy if we didn't have anything, I would go for 1 year. And during that year, we're going to have a really good task force working on looking at what else we can use for the next 2 years until a new framework comes up. In other words, I don't want to spend $2.5 million over 3 years. I'll foot the bill for 1 year, in my opinion. And I want us to have a good, solid task force with teachers involved and parents and students. In other words, and really do it and let them speak, because my thing was, in a lot of the ways, people weren't allowed to speak, or they didn't feel free to speak. They got to be able to really put forth their opinions. So anyway.
So Anna, did you understand that if we do the 3, we have an out clause. We can get out in a year.
I don't care. I don't even want to say 3. Give them 1 year, and tell them 1 year and let them work hard. And maybe then maybe we could, we'll decide, but I don't want to go 3 years.
And I'm for abolition. And I just think that this is an inferior product for the mass majority of our school district. Works great for Oxford, hail. But this is just, I think the task force is what we really need in the input from our teachers.
Okay, anyone else?
I guess I'm going to step in. I just want to make sure, Anna, that we've clarified this. So even if we have the intent of using this only for 1 year, it is in our best interest as a district fiscally to sign the 3-year contract. We will save $20,000. We can still back out. We have the clause that we can terminate the contract during that first year within a prescribed timeline. So if we go 1 year, we will pay $20,000 more to do it as a 1 year versus a 3 year.
Okay, Jennifer, can you put that slide up with the contract numbers?
Sure. I just want to make sure that the board understands that regardless of 1 year, 3 year, it's a cost savings for us to go with that 3-year contract and end it versus go with a 1 year and pay more for the first year. We still save $20,000. I don't have the slide. The presentation.
Really inspired me.
Carlos.
Okay, Jennifer.
Slide business, the Brad slide.
I think I do want to
Okay. I understand the idea of a 3-year contract because it'll save money, but and then we'd have to terminate. And when is the termination date? In other words, in the meantime, I want us to say if we were to sign for 3 years, but no, we're only doing it for 1 year. But I mean, I don't care if it saves. I'm just not in favor of that. I mean, that's playing a game. Yeah, we'll save 20,000. Okay, if we do that, and then, or if you wanted to do that, and at the end of it, when we want to terminate, or if we want to keep it enough for one school or something like that, but then you're going to change it anyway. I don't know. I just, to me, it's
So
a game.
Jennifer, just because the slide is up right now, I want to clarify what you said. So you're saying that if we were to do the 3-year contract, that will be at $2,242,776. But
so can I start out? Can I do it a little different way? Maybe this might help.
Okay.
So if you look at the 2020-2021 row, which is in yellow, if we only keep Carnegie for 1 year, and in the spring we say, you know what, we aren't happy, we're not going to move forward with it. In year 1, we will have paid, if we do a 1 year contract, which will end in June of 2021, we will pay $888,379. If we sign a 3-year contract, but we exit at the end of the 2020-2021 school year, we would have paid for the year $828,636. Yes, we would be charged a $40,000 termination fee, but that still would result in a savings to the district of $19,743. If at the end of that year we say, you know what, gosh, we need another year, or we do want to wait for the next adoption to come around, if we go through 2 years, if we had signed 2 one-year contracts, the minimum we're going to pay is $1.178 million. And again, the asterisk indicates that that could go up because they're giving, their costs could go up in that second year. If we signed a 3-year, we would only be paying $1.53 million. We still would have a 40% termination fee, but if we went 2 years, it's a savings of $201,000. So there's only benefit for us in signing the 3-year contract. At each juncture, we have the right to exit. Brad's negotiated that into the contract for us. Whether we go 2 years.
Jennifer, that just basically really eliminated my decision, right? At the end of the day, whatever process that we have, I think at this point in time, again, I know Kathy is in a different mindset, but again, listening to James, if we didn't have something here, our teachers are going to be panicking. And then we're not in a normal school setting. We're in a COVID setting where, it's going to be even harder. And I think, this is just my opinion, I think as a board, we can give direction to sign the 3-year contract because of the dollars and cents, and give direction that we either terminate in year 1, and then maybe the math task force comes together and works something out. If from there, if you want to keep it for the second year, if it works with the math task force, especially the teachers giving input, if the math task force would give the advice and say, like, you know what, we can work with Carnegie and it looks like everything is working. And then if we want to extend 2 years, we still save money. I think at this point, with every cent that we got to make sure that we're saving for taxpayers, I would recommend that we go the 3-year route with the direction that we terminate either 1 year with the evaluation of the math task force and come back to the board. Come back to the board before the 1 year ends with the recommendation from the math task force on how it's going so that we could evaluate and give direction again.
Okay, can I ask this? Okay, when is the termination time? In other words, I like your idea, Al, okay, because it would save some money. Okay, so we need to know what the termination date is beforehand. That has to be clear. And then we also, when we, let's say vote it with just the way you stated. We'll do it a 3-year with the termination to be done, after 1 year.
So to answer your question, Ms. Piercy, we'd have to terminate the contract by April. If we were to go with the new adoption, we'd probably start the process well before April anyways. We'd go through the cycle. They'd have to bring it forward to the board anyways as we adopt the new cycle. So April should be plenty of time for us to terminate and end this contract if we had to do so.
Okay, thank you.
That was good clarification. That was good clarification.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Then we're going to move on. Thank you, everyone. Excellent, robust conversation. So item 8.1, resolutions. Resolution number 2020/21-BOT-01, order of biennial trustee election and I can't say this word, specifications election order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any comments? Okay, hearing none. Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Mrs. Smith?
Aye.
And myself, aye. 8.2, resolution number 2020/21-E-01, annual certification of course-based independent study for 2020-21, action item.
So moved.
Second.
I don't know. We'll let Paulina figure that out.
Yeah, right.
Was there a report on this from staff? No? Okay, questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Smith, did you say Smith?
Yes, I did.
I thought I heard you say Piercy a second time. I'm just worn out. Aye.
And myself, aye. Thank you. Educational Services, 8.3 contract agreement, Carnegie Learning. So motion.
So moved, I guess.
I want to clarify.
We need
the
to have a motion with a
We
time frame in it.
Yeah, I want to clarify the motion. So the motion that, and Anna, if you would, I don't know if you would clarify the motion, or do you want me to clarify the motion?
No, go ahead. I'll let you clarify it, Al, because you spoke it before, and I didn't think about clarifying that. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the clarification for me is we approve the 3-year contract with the understanding that we look at a 1-year termination, but make sure that we get the MAC task force to work closely. If they decide, and I know it's a long motion, if they decide that after getting input from teachers that they could go for a 2nd year, then keep it. If they decide that we want to terminate the 1st year, then we terminate after the 1 year. So that's my motion. I don't know if that's enough clarification, Carl.
That sounds pretty good.
Yes, that's a good motion.
You could put it
Okay,
in the speech. So moved and seconded. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I really appreciate staff, and I really appreciate teachers' input across the district. These things are extremely important, and we always want to hear from you. So with that, Mr. O'Neill.
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar.
Aye.
Ms. Piercy.
I guess so.
That's not a yay or nay.
Yay.
Okay. Mrs. Smith?
Well, I'm going to hang with Mrs. Piercy, and I'm saying that grudgingly.
All right. And I vote aye as well. So,
I have a question, and it goes back to 7.1, a real simple question, which we didn't touch on. What happens to teachers that need substitutes? When we have a virtual or we're in the classroom now, what are we going to do for substitute teachers?
Mr. O'Neill, if it's a in-person day, there will still be substitutes required for students because they have to have a certificated person with them. So substitutes will still be required if a teacher's not present in the classroom. In a synchronous situation, the teacher has provided the curriculum for the entire week. And so the teacher probably will not call a substitute in that situation, in that scenario.
Thank you, Manuel.
Yeah, and also, I mean, because since we are now in a computer society and you can take it with you, if a teacher has to be, let's say, gone somewhere on the day they're supposed to be teaching, they take it with them. It can be done. So I don't see any need for any subs other than in-person days. We're going to save on sub fees.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Mr. O'Neill. So with that, may I get a motion to adjourn?
So
moved.
Second.
Seconded,
I
all in
thought this
favor?
was going to be a short meeting.
Mr. O'Neill?
Aye.
Mr. Jabbar?
Aye.
Ms. Piercy?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of the day.
Okay, so when's our next meeting, guys?
The 18th.
Huh? When
The
is
18th, the 18th of July.
it? July? Oh,
16.
and
2 weeks.
July 16th.
July
July
16th. All right. And in the meantime, we just really want to wish the Jabbar family happy congratulations on their newborn, new girl. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
All right. What'd you name